Welcome back, everyone. This is Akanar here with more blueprints. Day 20 is upon us. Let's get it going. Day 20 should be fun. Day 19 ended with a very nice set of tomorrow rooms. We, of course, got a very nice freezer, as well as a mail room, and then we got to actually call it a day inside our new break room. So we're starting the day with so many gems and coins, as well as a key card, and then whatever else we happen to pick up from the mailroom. So there's some exciting resource surplus. There's an exciting surplus that we are starting the day with here. 45 coins, and then we are adding another, 22 now that we add to our 67 coins. Okay, good. We also learned some key pieces of information on day 19, the most important of which, though, we're going to go check on immediately here, as long as I remember the right way to go. But we drafted the shelter, and the shelter actually counteracted the effects of the dark room, and not just counteracting the fact that the dark room, doesn't let you see your floor plans when you draft, but it also shuts the lights off when you enter. And little did I know that was actually, the shelter was going to undo both of those. And so what we learned, we found a photo in the dark room. We found lots of photos, but one in particular that showed that showed us the tree that was here before the stump. The stump was left over after the tree was cut down outside of the apple orchard. But we got to see the tree in its original state. And we managed to get a magnifying glass, which let us look a little bit more closely and see that there was a date on this, what I presume to be a date, 11/28, unintentional rhyme. But also, it might not just be a date. It could be, what if it is also it's a 4-digit number, or it's a set of 4 digits. What if it is the combination to this lock on the apple orchard? Let's fucking go. I wasn't totally sure. I was a little bit, I was also prepared for the eventuality that it was actually not a code that opens the apple orchard, and that I was going to have wasted somehow an extra 20 steps. 20 steps? I'm reading ahead here. My cat laser brain is getting distracted, seeing that the prize that we just picked up, it's an extra 4 steps to get out here to the apple orchard. And if it had not worked, it would have been a wasted trip. But it is not a waste. At least, not for tomorrow, it's not a waste. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite starting tomorrow. Oh my god. This is actually just like the gemstone cavern, isn't it? How long we needed to get our hands, or we needed to take a look at the dark room, and we needed to try stuff in the utility closet, and we had been, I don't know if we had been putting it off for so long per se, but I had just, the drafts had maneuvered themselves in such a way where I was, steering clear of that particular combination. I had a chance. I had a chance way back when. I don't know if I had a magnifying glass, though. We might not have had a magnifying glass on that day where I actually had the dark room and the utility closet both drafted, and I had turned the lights back on in the dark room, and then I just ran right through, forgetting to even look. But I don't know if we had a magnifying glass, so who knows if we had access to this information or how long we've had access to it. Could have had access to it, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We finally have the apple orchard unlocked. We're going to be starting with 70 steps just on an ongoing basis. What the hell? Talk about no longer having any steps concerns whatsoever. We were already, I think, feeling pretty comfortable about our the game providing us steps when needed. But now we're gonna get 20 extra ones. We just don't get them today. That's the only little thing here. But look, that is our 3rd permanent addition. And it looks like, based on the fact that these are lined up left to right, I don't know if they always line up this way. So maybe if we had somehow got the gemstone cavern before unlocking the Westgate path, that seems really unlikely if you're just playing blindly. Maybe it would have lined up to the left. I don't know if those are set positions, but we're lining them up here. We've got 3 out of, it looks like 4. It looks like there's one more permanent addition to be had. There's a very important piece of business here as well, this blue flame, which I want to turn on. But first, let's explore the rest of the apple orchard. We've got a couple smokestacks here. I don't know if we could interact with these in any way. Doesn't look like it. But then we have a sundial? A sundial, huh? Which can also not be interacted with. But what would this be revealing? What could it possibly... We don't really see the sun. It's not... every day is kind of on the... Well, I suppose we're starting in the morning. But even as the time goes by, when we come out later in the day, there's no sun to be seen. So I don't know exactly how this shadow is being generated. But let's... There's also no markings on it. It might just be here for aesthetics. Or it may just be cosmetic, is what I'm trying to say. I will, I guess, take a screenshot of it regardless. You never know if that might be important. But there's a shed over here. There's no person in this shed like I thought. Maybe I had seen these bags from a distance and thought, oh, is that a person sitting on this stool? I'm not sure we're ever going to come across an actual person in-game here. But let's step in. Oh, we have another gardener's logbook. I guess that makes sense. Did Denny talk about tending the apple orchard? Was that one of the... It's been a while since we've read... Ooh, what is this? What is this? Look at this here. This looks like one of those gem holders. One of the red rubies from the ruby crown. This is the same holder, it looks like, that we have in the shelter, in the time lock safe. Except this one, there's no gem. Ah, interesting. I'm going to take a screenshot of that as well. I don't know if that's going to be helpful to us at all. This may just be like a little bit of a lore nugget. Like, oh, this is the 8th ruby that has gone missing. You're only ever going to find 7 of them, similar to the red letters and the artwork on the walls, stuff like that. Gardener's Logbook, April 10th, 1992. Is this going to be the same? No, this is not. Denny, this is Robert Nagula, groundskeeper. So this is a different book altogether. Kind of want to maybe compare this now to... Oh, holy shit. Whoa, what the fuck? What in... Okay. There's some interesting stuff maybe to be found here. Let's read the whole deal. When I first came on the estate... I saw this... Skipping ahead to these survey results here and seeing the 45-room layout of the house, and also thinking about the fact that we're close to getting the last set of word pairings to fill out the letters. Maybe I'll take a screenshot of this here. I will take a screenshot of the whole book, but I'll overlay my letters that we've solved once we have all of the combinations to put on the map here. But apparently there is barren ground in this room 2-1. What? Okay, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. When I first came on the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I have suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate inasmuch as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Is he talking about... Did he succeed Denny? Maybe I need to review... Because the timing here... Let's see. The timing was April 10th, 1992. What was the... Let me quickly check the... Pull up the greenhouse. It does say it's also a gardener's logbook, and he has scribbled the original gardener's logbook. And the date is February 1990, and then up till when I got fired. So it does seem like Mr. Nagula here did succeed Denny Ravain. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the west path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall within this category. We, of course, being 20-day-old drafters at this point, are well aware of this information, but you could have discovered this apple orchard much sooner than I had, and maybe not yet pieced together that some green rooms are only available on the wings, so that would be good information to know. The soil survey, one of the first tasks I undertook as groundskeeper, was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wings of the house. And while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from this survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in a greenhouse. That is absolutely fascinating. I would never have guessed that the position, the rank that you draft the greenhouse, that's why the greenhouse some days has 2 gems versus days where it has 3 gems. If I went back and looked at my drafts, I would probably figure out that this row 4 I can see has the rich soil on the east wing, and then the ranks 3 and 5 only have good soil. And actually there's poor soil at rank 6. That's so, and then and the secret garden is impacted as well. If you draft it in these ones with rich soil, then you're going to get a lot more fruit spread to the house. That is kind of I don't know if I'm necessarily, obviously I'm an overthinker and min-maxer, but even I'm not sure how well that I could skew my draft. I guess if you know about this, then you're going to maybe think, well, I could draft the greenhouse here at rank, I could draft it here at rank 3, or I could wait to try to get it at rank 4. That's probably actually not the way you're supposed to. It's probably supposed to weigh if you're like taking the greenhouse versus, you know, some other, whatever other room that you might think to take. You might say, well, the greenhouse is here at rank 4. I really don't want to pass it because I know for sure it's going to get me 3 gems. And then there's even one square that has barren ground. So I don't know. I don't think we've ever drafted a green room in rank 2 on the west wing, but I guess you wouldn't get any fruit spread at all, or maybe it can't even, it's probably more likely, that's why we've never drafted a room here, a green room here, is because you can't draft them because it's barren ground. Whatever the case may be, that's really cool to know. I like that little bit of additional information just to make my decisions that much more overcomplicated. Smudge pots. Oh, they actually talk about the stuff that we saw outside. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected and powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchard's smudge pots. Was there actually a switch outside to turn these on that I hadn't noticed? And also, my cat laser brain is thinking ahead to, does this light up the tunnel? The dark crate-filled tunnel? The smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure a daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. We'll take a look at that in a second. I definitely am interested to see if that would have some effect lighting up things here, especially that tunnel. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion, and I've submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Arinda currently in the cloister with the much more appropriate angel Rinna, After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? In our case, Lydia says otherwise. Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner garth and am too scared of chastenment to probe for the particulars for a third time. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only ever seen Rinna's depiction in the chapel. So we know about the angel Rinna, who was one of the choices when we got to upgrade the cloister. I don't remember what the third choice was, but we also get a name here for the original statue, Arinda. That name, I think, isn't there an Arinda Ares? Okay, the angel that was in the cloister and the angel that has the crown is named Arinda. So maybe, what if Arinda was the queen? What if that is what if that's the way that the country is named depends on the monarch? Could the monarch have, at the time, the queen was once named Arinda, and then later maybe the queen or the king was named Fen Ares? Not sure, but interesting. I think that's the first time we have a name for that particular angel, and maybe it'll be important to some sort of puzzle down the road. Is that it? That is the last page. I'm trying to be good about paying attention. Next page prompts. We still have the bunk room eventually to get to, but let me go ahead and screenshot all of this. Gardener's logbook for Mr. Nagula has been cataloged, and the logbook has been logged, and there's that gem, the little detail there about the missing gem is interesting. Want to know more? There's so much more still to know, I think. So much more to discover, it feels like, in this game, which is just insane. Now, okay, we have the fourth blue flame to light up, and we're going to do that here. I just thought for a second, maybe there was also a second control that had to do with, but maybe this is just a detail about the garden. And an explanation for why the apple orchard stays bloomed, actually grows apples in the winter months. Because I don't actually see the gas line that was depicted in the logbook. This is the only switch that I see here. So let's do it and see what happens by lighting up our fourth flame. The fourth blue flame. What will this do? Oh my god. Oh, what the... It's the wonkavator. We have summoned... We've summoned the witness wonkavator. What? We're gonna be spending some steps here, folks, I think. Because we're gonna need to get our hands on... If only I had those apple orchard steps today. Because we might be spending a few here. If we're going on a wonkavator ride, this 13 gem, 67 coins start here. It could be in a little bit of danger. Danger. Oh my god, look at this. What in the hell? There really was an elevator on this platform. And I see that shape. Look at that shape. That familiar shape that we have seen several times in the underground. I just want to quickly check over here. We didn't change anything. We didn't change anything in the apple orchard, so of course there would be no lights in the tunnel. So we still don't know exactly what to do about that tunnel. But this, what in the hell? We have to ride this elevator. Of course we have to ride this. Immediately my brain goes to the witness. But it's not, this elevator does not take us in that similar direction. It is the more conventional sort of elevator, even though it is designed rather ornately. And here we are into the precipice. What the... This game is too much. This game is too much. Another Scripps and Rutherford Mining Company foreman's log. This one from July 2nd, 1915. I'm not putting these dates on the foreman's logs together yet. This is foreman's log 3. As our client, Thomas Sinclair, suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Wait, so this is not something that they put in? So he discovered this, and we see in that photo, where did we see that photo now? I don't even remember, but the photo with him and the two sons, Simon and Herbert, right? They were looking over this this fence just like us at the very beginning of the game on day 1, looking to those openings and saying, what the heck is that? And that's what we're trying to do here, I guess. Last week when our crews first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss, and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration so far has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock, and debris. This site is either much older than we had first assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. What the fuck? There is a mystery here that goes back much farther, potentially, than the connection to the Herbert Sinclair family connection to this estate. This is wild. Can't pick any of these up. I need a light. I need my my Bloodborne lantern. Get me some light in here. What the hell, man? We are in the precipice, and this is something that looks... I'm always just a little bit anxious about spending steps, because this room in here might count as something different. So let's come back to this and keep exploring along the precipice for now. But of course, anytime where there's a texture that potentially is a little bit different, a texture, a border on the floor could count as the next room, so you never know exactly. What do we have here? There's a piece of this page that is torn off, and I'm immediately trying to think about something that we have seen before. Have we seen a piece of torn... We've seen a few different pieces of torn paper, but I don't immediately think of one that goes with Realm and blank. Is this one of the books that we could have bought in the bookshop? I want to say there was like Realm and Ruin or Realm and Rune. I might check my footage in a bit here, but Foreman's copy, do not remove from sight. Sigils of the Past and Present, I assume, by Professor R. Willard, Fen Aries, Robert Birds and Son, 1905. There's potentially some important information cut off from this introduction, but let's read what we can. Years of the First Era found kings, I don't know what some of these words are, obviously, either of a natural resulting from the creations of, were accustomed to record various signs with the aid of... They did this in order that of their realms might not be understood by strangers. Language. Obviously, we want to get our hands on the other part of this so we can clearly read, because there could be some crucial info there. Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They have been found in every era and every culture, and predate both written text and heraldic arts. However, today, when we use the term sigil, we're referring specifically to realm sigils, those crude circular marks of designation found on royal artifacts, buildings, and older documents. So basically, what we've been seeing on those Fen Aries passports that our mom has been fabricating, right? Is this the exact same one that we see on those passports? We'll have to check. Double check my notes. This book was written to make simple the understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of that realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen in geometric lines? And what does that tell us of a kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, and each variation tells a story of the land. Even the adorned borders around the sigils have special meaning. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen in geometry lines? Are the burning trees these you've got like these 4 spokes that radiate out from the pentagon in the center? Maybe that's what they're talking about. The adorned borders have special meaning as well. So we're going to get an explanation here, it looks like. The sigil. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbol and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. This is crazy, dude. This is so not what I was expecting to find. This is so wild. I can't say enough about how this game is blowing my mind. The direction that this is going here. All of a sudden, we're getting like this crazy historical knowledge, but it probably is going to be involved in a puzzle. So we've got each sigil is composed of 4 things: the core, the pentagram, the dividing lines or rays. Now it shows 8 here on this side of the page, but we only see 4 over here, I think. So I guess we're talking there could be various sigils that have a different number of dividing lines. There are the motes, which I presume to be, so you've got like the little Mount Holly shapes on this sigil, but they're like stars on this other one as the example. And then the border, which also is different. So these various pieces, all, I guess, the 4 elements of each sigil are going to tell you exactly what, oh my god, here are those shapes. At least some of the shapes from, and this page is torn as well. We're going to have several torn pages here. That we're going to have to find the other portions. Oh my god, this is crazy. The core. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. Okay, this is actually saying, it looks like that these are different realms. The I presume we're looking at the beginnings of Arinda Ares and Fen Ares over here. I don't know what these others could be. Maybe if I looked at some other notes on, there's maybe been some countries mentioned in other books and whatnot that I could piece together what these others are. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind that name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step in deciphering any sigil, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we're describing. It would make sense that the pentagram is Fen Ares, because that's what we see on our mom's passport, I believe. This is actually going to be really interesting to go back and look at her passport after reading this. Passports, I should say, plural. So then, and then it gets to the rays, and we have another cut-off paragraph here. From the core will come dividing lines, splitting the sigil from one sigil to another. The differ in number, style, and the differences in these immediately reveal several things about the realm. I'm like piecing together what I can guess would be the sentence, but we'll have to wait and see. This is almost not even worth reading. Counting the sigil will reveal transportation. Were they what type of transportation that the realm was, I guess, were they an economy based on ships? Is that what it's trying to say? Like a land-based economy or a sea-based economy? Maybe it's talking about something like that. I'm only taking a stab based on just a couple words here and there. Ship routes, 8 rays on these, the directions. Man, this entire book is fucked. But there's a lot here to go through, and I want to try to piece together what we can. Carriages here look like a map. Okay, so yeah, it's so difficult to try to make out what this is without seeing the whole page. Where are these pages? Then I guess they're talking about, is this line here? No, they have a section on the motes. So I guess this section might still be talking about, this is still talking about the rays. The rays is actually like 6 pages worth of info here. Wavy lines are used to indicate, thankfully this one's not torn. Wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. The scorched air and blazing sun cause the otherwise straight rays to appear shimmering. A rainy realm is indicated with rays of 3 vertical lines pouring down. For more extreme stormy weather, a jagged lightning-shaped ray is used. A ray dotted with falling circles is used for colder realms in which snow is a common occurrence. Windy weather is displayed on sigils by the use of bent curved lines, rays buckling under the high winds. Section 3, moats. There are quite a few different moats here, but I see the one that looked like little pizza symbols that we saw in the, was it Lost and Found? Oh, right. These broken bits of pottery. The pottery that we saw in both Lost and Found as well as the clock tower were fragments. Now we know, I think, they were fragments of sigils. On each sigil, floating between the rays, are small figures called moats. From the shape and style of the moats used on a sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed. If they consider themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. We have tribal, a primitive realm, hunter and gatherers, agricultural, harvest and farming based society and culture, martial, I guess, martial arts, military, oh yeah, not martial arts, militaristic, right? This one's partially torn. In generation spanning arguments, there's metropolitan, large city-state with a dense urban and populous center, academic, a center for knowledge advanced in various scholarly pursuits. These realms are home to many schools, universities, and libraries. Industrial, engineering-driven culture with a focus on manufacturing, invention, and production. Spiritual, the pizza is spiritual. An elevated reverence for nature, animals, and the forces that guide us. And then we have poetic, a strong focus on the advancement of the arts, writing, music, and language. And then we have the border. Around each sigil is an adorned edge serving as a container for the information within. There are 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. Oh, these borders always correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. Black, red, violet, pink, green, yellow, orange, and white. A lot of these are the same colors as floor plans. Notably not here is blue. There is no blue among these. So, maybe they're not supposed to correlate to floor plans. But I do notice that the red border, which is I think what we see on Fen Ares, that's kind of similar to green, but I guess the lines are squiggly instead of straight. It's going to be much more useful to actually have another... To look at, you know, the Fen Ares sigil that's on the passport, as well as whatever other sigils we might have seen, or fragments of sigils that we've seen on pottery and stuff like that. Putting it all together, by studying the core, rays, moats, and border of a sigil, you should now be able to unlock the meaning behind what had previously been an undecipherable enigma. Because it's going to be used in a puzzle, isn't it? It's going to be used in a puzzle. Now, at the very end, somebody has scribbled here, red banners, martial fog, except red is scribbled out. This is probably talking about the Fen Ares, right? Except why is red scribbled out? We know that red is the border. What was banners supposed to be? Banners was... Was banners not one of the... Maybe red banners... Maybe this is not quite... Because martial means the moats are martial, right? It has martial moats, and it has... The core is Fen Ares, and then the dividing lines or the rays are fog? Oh, that's what... Okay, the torn page here, that's right. Because there's could be so many other dividing lines. I was thinking to myself, these lines here, none of these are what Fen Ares has. Fen Ares has those, like, what look like those burnt trees, right? That's what's on these torn pages, isn't it? Shit. So, I don't know if we're going to get those torn pages or not. We might need to use this information at the end to say, okay, we know the dividing lines for this Fen Ares are supposed to be fog. Screenshot everything. You know the deal, folks. Screenshot everything and just kind of, you know, tilt your head back and just, you know, how am I ever going to figure all this out? That's the main thought I'm having, is that just, it feels like there is an avalanche of information that maybe we're only getting the leading edge of, and there's going to be so much more. How are we going to keep from drowning? How are we going to keep from drowning? We did not change rooms, so that's nice. Dude, there's a freaking chessboard. You've got to be kidding me. There is a stinking chessboard here. What? No, there's a but it's not just a chessboard. It's a chessboard that's arranged as the house is, or we've got, you know, our 45 room grid. What the fuck? That didn't solve it. I'm surprised that my first try didn't get it. We were so close, guys. I have no clue where to start on this. I know there's chess pieces in the rooms. How does that help me? I don't know how that helps me, because there's so many different chess pieces. There's pawns in so many different rooms. No clue. Zero clue how to even begin to approach the chess puzzle. What the hell? I already need a break, guys. My brain is already... We haven't even started drafting yet. What is this game? What is this crazy goddamn video game? What do you say we go draft an outer room, guys? I don't know if I can. I need to scoop my brain, which has melted and is on the floor in a giant puddle. I need to scoop it back into my head. This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. Okay. Well, the initial upshot is that nothing has changed about the way our draft is going to proceed, other than we're down 10 steps. So we really need to make sure we get our hands on steps, because we still have, you know, if we can get our hands on some keys. I don't know if we're going to make it today because we're already down 10 steps. We're going to have to use the steps from our apple orchard maybe tomorrow to go back to the bottom of the reservoir. We've got some chests to open down there, but you never know. We'll see how this draft goes. The RNG gods, the steps gods, we need some help. What's going to be the start to our draft, though, with the outer room? It's a tomb. The tomb has appeared. It cannot be a coincidence that this happens the moment that we light up all 4 blue flames, right? It cannot be a coincidence, can it? There is no way that this room is that rare, and we have only just happened to see it for the first time on the very same day that we light 4 blue flames and descend into the precipice section of the grounds. I really would like a trading post. Like, we're going to be buying stuff theoretically at the commissary, and we're going to have items that we want to trade. But how? I mean, it's the tomb. This is nuts. And it's a black print. Our first black print. This Sinclair family crypt is as gloomy as it is immense. The true Sinclair legacy lies here, resting underneath the stones, a parade of distant relations and forgotten ancestors. Each time you draft a dead end in your house, spread 5 gold in the tomb. What? It's only unusual rarity, which screams to me the fact that this was just locked behind the 4 blue flames. What? We have to explore. We just have to. Like, this is just so... there's a part of my soul that is so upset that we're spending so many steps here with this, 13 gems, 67 gold start, and this draft is not necessarily going optimally from a drafting standpoint, but we cannot resist exploring the tomb, which has finally made its appearance. Dude, this looks like a sus wall. This looks like a sus wall if I ever saw one. Roll right into that shit. What? And okay, the other thing that I noticed immediately stepping into here, I think it's what we suspected. Was it the last Alzara cutscene, the third one that we saw, depicts this, right? Oh, and is it actually depicting not just... Are the angels all depicted here? Was what we were seeing not necessarily a, it looked like... Oh, dude, what the hell is this? It looked like the statue that was depicted in the Alzara cutscene. It didn't look like an angel. Or, oh my god, I can interact with this? It looked like an angel, but it looked like an angel of death. Is that the 8th angel? Is the 8th angel that's behind, that is being blocked from our vision in the chapel, is it the angel of death? Holy shit. So we can interact with these statues. There's a dig site down here. There is a puzzle to be done with the statues. No fucking way. No fucking way. What the... Okay. Am I supposed... Okay, the first guess, first stab. There's all kinds of stuff to explore here. What the hell? There's coins to pick up. There's stuff to read. My first, like... we're not going to do it yet because we need to explore. But my first wild guess at what we're supposed to do here is look at each of the... No, I take it back. I thought we were going to look at the 8... I was going to look back at my notes at the 8 stained glass windows in the chapel, and I was going to look to see whether the statue had a raised scepter or a lowered scepter. That's not it, is it? This is why the statues are numbered in the chapel. The stained glass windows have numbers because you have to depress them or depress them. You have to press the statues in the tomb in the correct order, don't you? Okay, we're not going to try that just yet. Let's explore first. That's my first idea, though. That feels like a pretty good one. Wait, what is this? There are candles here that are lit up in some sort of a... This has got to be important, but can I interact with these at all? Screenshot. That's too conspicuous. That's got to be a meaningful pattern, but I don't know where a 4x4... Where is there a 4x4 grid that has candles lit like this that would be... I don't know. I don't know yet. I guess we'll pick up our first 5 coins. You get some starter coins, although we're already off to a smashing start in that department. But 5 coins is good. So the tomb gets us 5 right off the bat. Because it's a dead end itself, isn't it? It is its own dead end. I love how dead end is in black. Because every other time that we see a dead end, it is... Never mind. Dead ends are just always in black. I take it back. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know nothing. This used to be a dead end. Green room is not a dead... I love how the comma is still there, though. It may no longer be a dead end, but that comma lives on. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end. Or is it? What? Dude, I am like so excited right now. I'm not shaking or anything, but I'm hyped. This is so much fun. This game is the best. Having too much fun. Can we interact with this tomb in any way? There was another tomb that we saw on the other side, but it had a bunch of flowers next to it. Ooh, and here's another set of candles that's been knocked over. Is this a sus wall? I need a power hammer, guys. There's sus walls down here. Or, oh, what if solving the angel puzzle opens one of these sus walls? I can see it, guys. It stands out too easily. Is this a... Okay, now there's starting to be maybe too many of these little sus what is it? Not an enclosure, but it's recessed into the wall in a way that is so obvious. But now there's been like 3 of them, so I'm not sure. We're definitely going to be checking some angel statue notes from the chapel here pretty soon. Here's the candles from the chapel. This is the same asset being reused down here, except they're not lit up. We need to light up those candles, guys. A lot of this stuff cannot be interacted with. I don't know if this is if that bench or table is from the chapel as well. Could be. This is... I want to start figuring out an angel puzzle, but we will finish exploring first. Finish checking all of the little alcoves here. And here was the tomb that we saw a moment ago. Just seeing what other details there are before I go to check this out. Open only in the event of my death. Oh, this is a new note. For a second, I thought, because don't we have... Isn't that what it said? The first note that we get on day 1 in the entrance hall. Doesn't it say the same thing? Now, this stamp is different, I think. I don't recognize this stamp. And I can see the shape. Dude, I want the magnifying glass again. Oh my god. Can we get a room, like the break room that starts us with the magnifying glass each day? We do have a key card, right? Yeah, there's our key card. That's already in our inventory. Want a magnifying glass. Listen to this music, though. Oh, this is beautiful. The piano. Open only in the event of my death. Simon. So here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition, thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. Oh, this track is incredible so far. This might be my favorite one of the whole game, just on the little bit that I'm hearing. And this moment is so perfect. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak, overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains. And the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break, these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak, and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here, within this mausoleum of dreams. And when the day comes to write your own letter, to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps. As is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. Wow. Holy crap, this is where he's buried. This is it. That also was dawning on me as I was reading this letter, like, oh, of course, this is actually where our great uncle is buried. Crazy. What the hell? I love this game. I'm gonna need to go over this again, maybe to fully absorb. I'm always, when I'm reading out loud, my brain is never fully absorbing every little detail like it is and even when I'm reading silently, I take that back. I have to read stuff twice. That's just the way my brain, I don't get all the details the first time through. So, but it doesn't feel like one of these letters that's meant to be examined for puzzle elements. So, Simon. I can only imagine if I were being 14 and trying to absorb all of that. There's no way you could possibly, right? There's no way. What we are going to try to absorb, though, is the correct order in which to press these statues. I haven't counted them all yet. I don't know if there is exactly 7 of them, but let me go ahead and pull up my notes from the chapel. Take a look. We have, let's see, 1 looks like the one that is holding, the one that has like a hat and a red dress and is holding, could be you. I think she's holding a backhoe. So that is, she's I think it's a backhoe. I'm gonna refrain from any other jokes there because I think that's the first one we press. I think that's the first, because the others don't look at all like you're wearing a hat, but you've got a pitchfork. You've got like a farmer's sort of hat. So this is, I think, number 1. Now, we don't get any feedback. I wouldn't expect there to be any feedback to tell us if we're on the right track. The next one here is, I think, our chef. We need to look for the chef's hat. That's the crown. And then there's another, by the way, there is another tomb back here. But this one has a lot less flowers on it. 0 flowers, in fact. And the candles are knocked over. Could this be Lady Epson by any chance? Although, that's right, Herbert wasn't married, right? Lady Epson was married to Simon, our grandfather. So I'm not, maybe it's Simon who's buried here? Did he say in that letter who was buried? Who else was buried in the tomb? This is actually a tombstone, isn't it? But it hasn't been engraved yet. Cat laser brain. Thinking about things as we're trying to find the second statue here with the chef's hat. Here you are. Chef's hat. Let's go. Yeah, and you're holding the, what is this instrument called? The pizza flipper. That's what it is, right? It's a pizza flipper. Duh. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3... I think is Our Lady with the pitchfork. I think it's the pitchfork lady. I could be, it's a little tough to tell. I might need to take some better photos. These photos, I'm gonna actually zoom in on these. Let me zoom in my Google Docs to get a little bit of a better look. But I think, yeah, I can see number 3 does have the farmer's hat and the pitchfork. So there's number 3. And number 4 now is the chimney sweep. Chimney sweep, here you are. This always makes me think of, what's the movie? What's the old musical with supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? I'm forgetting the name of the musical, but Chimney Sweep, the Dick Van Dyke character from that movie. Someone will know it in the comments. Feel free to remind me. It's hard to remember all the things when you are recording a video game. The next one, I think... Who is the next one here? Number 5, I think, is the lady with the broom. Who I think is Mila? I think that's what makes sense. I think it's Mila. There's no other statue that I can see that lines up with what I'm looking at for number 5 on my notes. And then that takes us to number 6. Which is Lydia. We know Lydia very well. Lydia has blessed us with some allowance already, and then that brings us to number 7, which we now, I think, know to be Arinda. Is this the last one? Yes! Yes! Dude! Oh, dude, we're gonna spend all our steps before we even set foot in the estate. This is how this is gonna go, isn't it? This is just how this freaking, god damn it. It's how this game is gonna go. I can see it right now. This is already gonna count as a new room. Maybe, maybe not. This has to count as a new room, right? This is not a tomb anymore. It's a catacombs. Oh, of course. I see it now, the big arrow that's pointing, that's so funny, why have they hung an arrow there? But I see that door. This is the other side of the abandoned mine. This is it. This is sure enough the catacombs. And there's our angel of death. Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is awesome though, because now this means, well, is it awesome? I don't know if it's awesome yet. I think it is awesome though, because it means that we will have, assuming this opens, we'll see if this door actually opens. I don't know if that's gonna open for us or not. The Angel of Death? Is this the other part of our underground map? But we've seen the full deal though. It's funny that this is here, because we've seen, where's the full map? Is it behind that brick wall in the weight room? Is that where we saw the full map? Where have we seen that? We'll still screenshot this, of course, but I don't think we can get any additional info from this. We've been here before. We've been through this excavation tunnel, and then this is, I think the staircase here is right next to that minecart. I guess there's actually a couple. This is torn in 3 different pieces, isn't it? And like the torn part over here was in this room number 7 when we first got here to the underground. Can't pick up this skull, can I? What the heck? But there's a third portion. Oh, we can interact with this. We can interact with this Angel of Death. Because of course, right? Of course you have to be able to interact. If you can interact with all the other 7 angels, we can just do it from this side. That's what opens the door. That opens the door. This game is wild. This game is so crazy. Where is this looking up to? Is it actually looking up to a place that we can walk on the grounds? I don't know. I don't know. This map doesn't help us. We're so off the map. We've never even gotten on the map. Look at that empty ass fucking... We're an hour into this goddamn episode. We have not stepped foot in the mansion. What the... Was this your all... Did you all have a similar experience when you finally... Don't tell me yet. I don't want to know exactly, because I want to hear your stories, but I don't necessarily... Well, I don't know. Maybe at this point, we're far enough in the game where we're hearing when you all lit up the blue flames. Feel free to share what your experience was. Because I have a feeling a lot of you got this much sooner than I did because of the delay in which it took me to get the Gemstone Cavern and the Apple Orchard online. Those could have been online so much sooner than I ended up getting them. My guess is most of you will have done that sooner. There's no reason to go here, is there? Because I think this is actually going to cost us steps, and now we're at a point where I don't actually want to go in here. What this does for us, what it does enable, is when the tomb is drafted, we now have a path to get to the reservoir without the antechamber, without getting the basement key, and without draining the fountain. That's maybe the most important part, right? We don't now have to drain that fountain in order to access the boat. Because it looks like now, based on the scribbling that we've seen on the window, that my boat theory might have been correct. We need to lower the reservoir level from 14 to 13, and that lets us access the boat. And then what I'm thinking is we're supposed to take the boat to like the other side and then lower it to the entry level, which then takes us through that tunnel. Now it's a little bit easier for us to do that because we can maneuver the pump room to get the reservoir filled back up to 13 without also needing to have somehow, maybe it's impossible to do. Maybe you can't even fill... No, it should be possible to fill the reservoir to 13 and drain the fountain. You might have to. I don't know, because of the fact that you're going to need to put water from somewhere back into the reservoir. I don't know exactly how it's going to work out. We'll worry about that when we get there. But it does give us another path to get back into the reservoir at some point. But we don't want to take that path now, I don't think. But it's good to know that it is available to us. This arrow, though, is so comical. Who hung this arrow here? Did you need? Was I going to miss this somehow if there was no arrow here? Any secret candle switches or anything? Who knows? My brain is just so overloaded right now. I'm having so much fun, but it's also so much to take in. And hopefully, I mean, there could be stuff that I'm missing, but hopefully we'll get it all eventually. I think though that this is where we actually need to start drafting. I guess we've started drafting because we did draft a tomb. And yeah, and we now have another path into the reservoir. So this is all good, but you know, we also need to draft some other rooms and do some stuff with all this these resources that we've got. It's also insane that we're gonna spread 5 gold to the tomb every time we draft a dead end. What? We need a gold sink, folks. Part of me was kind of hoping we'd draft a shrine, so that I wouldn't have to worry about all this gold that I'm lugging around, especially now that we're gonna be down to sub 35 steps going into the house for the first time, or actually drafting a room for the first time. But we're doing things. We're doing things. Permanent progress is being made one way or the other. We're playing blueprints. Where do we draft? Left, mid, or center? I think we'll start mid today. Let's start mid and see what happens. If we have to put a good dead end there, we can. And that would get us some more gold to the tomb, but we really just need keys. We have a key card as well. So we kind of want a security room to give us as many security doors as possible. So, but we'll draft mid first today. We've been going to the right, but I think we'll start mid and see what happens. Dude, are you serious? A lost and found right off the bat? Well, I don't think we're taking that here because unfortunately we did start the day with a key card. So I'm not going to put a lost and found right here in this position. I think what I will do is I'll put a corridor here. I think I like the spacing with putting a corridor, and then we'll explore to the left and west and east wings and have this corridor that guarantees us the door into rank 3. So let's do that, even though we don't get the benefit of the unlocked doorway, but hopefully that's not going to be a problem, especially if we get our hands on a locksmith at some point. Now we will draft to the right, to the east, and we'll take a pantry to get even more coins. Or will we take a pantry? The pantry gets us steps, but also the bedroom gets us steps. So this could actually be a bedroom now that I think about it. Because if we're backtracking, if we're coming back to draft the other side of the entrance hall, then coming back to the bedroom and saving those steps is actually a pretty good idea. The pantry, of course, gets us the fruit, so it's kind of like a wash either way. But the extra item from the bedroom is actually a lot more tantalizing, because when we have already 72 coins, that pantry is just like, It's just you always like to get the nursery before the bedroom if you can, but, you know, we just can't count on that to happen. The nursery is just, even though it's a common, it doesn't show up as often as I would like. But I like the idea that the bedroom gets us that, potentially gets us an extra item here. So let's take a look. And of course, there's no item. No trunk or anything. Did we take another look at the Baron's Bafflers? Is this worth, I don't know if my brain can try, I'm not gonna take a look at this now because my brain needs to get into drafting mode and not like taking in or trying to solve new information mode. I think we'll just draft through the bedroom though and see if we can get that door, some sort of a room that angles us out to the east wing. And now we might take that pantry because we have no, what am I thinking? We have gems. Of course we have 13 gems. We have no keys. For a second, my brain got a little screwy there thinking about not having keys and thinking I couldn't draft the courtyard. I like having the courtyard available to get multiple doors from if we can. But the potential of extra items in the courtyard is always nice. So we might just use it as an elbow here. Let's keep the courtyard in the pool though. Let's keep it in there. We will take the pantry in this case to get us to the east wing, but we won't go through the pantry yet because we're basically getting steps for free by going through the bedroom. So let's go back and draft the other side of the entrance hall and see if we can get one of our T-shaped rooms. So I just want as many doors as possible. I think that's the way that I'm gonna try to not overthink things, is just give ourselves as many doors as we can in the early ranks. If we end up with like 5 or 6 possible doors to draft, that's fine, because we want to fill up as many rooms as possible in ranks 1 through 3. So just don't worry about those dens or the hallway being common and saving them for later. Just give yourself as many doors as you can. Or give yourself a commissary, because you have 72 gems to spend. I want a mailroom, but I'm not putting a mailroom right here. This mailroom, we should get a lot of chances at this, and it hopefully will have some keys for us. But this is like the easiest commissary of my life, because man alive, there's a sale as well, right? There's a sale. So we want a salt shaker. We want all sorts of stuff to go with this commissary. And then the only question is, we're gonna take the commissary for sure. We're taking that commissary. I see a metal detector. That's right. We put in a special order for metal detector. So that's important for us to just pick up as soon as possible. So let's get that. And we can just buy this out, right? It's the sale. Look at this. We're not even going to spend... There's a metal detector for 5 coins. What the hell? There's a sledgehammer. I mean, we'll just buy everything. There's no reason to think about it when you have this much gold. You just buy all the things. It doesn't round down doing the half off on the salt shaker, but that's fine. Also with the gems... It's from 3 to 2. Okay, that's not half off. False advertising here, guys. Do we just buy all of these, though? This is where I might think about this, because we have 12 gems at the moment. And we could, I don't know. It's only 10 gems. Or it's only 10 coins, right? Let's just, don't think about it. You're going to spend these gems. Almost certainly going to find a way to spend these gems. And when you have this many gems, maybe the game is like, you know what? Maybe you want to study. Maybe you want to... We've literally just bought out the commissary on the... I mean, we knew there was a sale. We knew it. The annual Maids Day is here, and we have taken advantage. So now, let's go ahead and continue drafting in this direction. Let's see what we get out of the commissary. And there's our courtyard. That points us to the west wing. That's what we will take here, as opposed to a dead end. We don't want either of these dead ends just yet. What is the observatory going to be? I don't remember. We got Draxus the Dead last time, didn't we? Dang it, we didn't line up Draxus the Dead with the tomb. Misplay. Start the run over. Day 1. Let's go. We're taking an easy courtyard here, I think. We have a sledgehammer and metal detector, and we might even get a shovel from the courtyard. So let's take it, and let's look and see what we... There is a trunk there, which we have a sledgehammer for. So we should go ahead and grab that, right? We're still at 32 steps. It's not like we're about to run out of steps at any moment. So this is fine. We can go back to the bedroom and the pantry at some point here. And we will do that. We will definitely be doing that. Let's check the trunk. Sledgehammer value already. Oh, I heard you like gems. I heard you are a fan of gems. God, I need some keys. I think... Man, if they offered us a locksmith right here, I would not be able to fill out the bottom left corner, but I think we would have to slam dunk any locksmith that we see at this point. I don't know. I always hate not filling out every single room, but let's see what's offered. Thankfully, it's not a locksmith here. It is a mail room, but once again, I want to get as many doors as we can, and this mail room I think is going to be pretty common. It seems to be on the days when there's a package. So... we take the den here, although, nah, we take the den. Like, I want all the doors I can get right now. Just get all the doors. That's what we're doing. Take the den. Hope for another chest. No second trunk right off the bat. But we do get that 22 gems. I hope we get to use all these. Now give me a mailroom. Dang it. Gosh dang it. I need to take the storeroom here, if nothing else. I am going to check to see what the observatory is. Well, we're at 13 stars, right? So I don't think there's a set reward at 13 stars. Lucky 13. We're not, it's going to be some combination, 6, 7. Although 6, 7 is not, 6 doesn't have a set reward. It's only 2 rewards, right? So doesn't it have to be like 1, 12... Like, we could get Draxus the Dead if it was, like, the coin and Draxus. So maybe we should really, maybe it really wants us to take the observatory because it knows it's going to give us Draxus the Dead on a day when we have the tomb. But we're going to take the storeroom here and give ourselves that first key, which we need very badly. We very badly need a key. So many keys. We have that key card, but we don't get to, until we have a security room under our belt, we're not going to feel amazing about that key card just yet. Let's draft this other door out of the den, though. There is that security room. Perfect. Absolutely crystal clear, perfect security room. Don't even have to think about it. The only thought is, are we going there right this second? I think we are. Because if I end up drafting like a dead end to the right of the security room, we're taking this. Because if nothing else, we get to see, okay, there's no security door there, which is actually, we would like it to be a security door. But I think, yes, we turned up the notch. We turn up the security settings now. Put this on high. Keyguard system. Security level high. Double check. Keep checking. Keep an eye on this estate inventory. There are 9 coins somewhere. Oh, out in the tomb. And also the pantry. Did we draft? Because of course we drafted a storeroom. So there's already 5 coins out in the tomb waiting for us. And there's the 4 coins that were in the pantry. And there's the fruit that's in the pantry. So good. We've got those steps waiting for us. No fruit in the security room. But we've turned up the security level. Do we just go ahead and put in another, since we have the sale tomorrow as well? Do we just order another metal detector? I think so. Go ahead and put in that special order now. Staff services and special orders. Let's put in, I just like the fact that it goes from 10 coins to 5. It's the most possible value that you can get from a 50% off sale. So let's do it. And it also gets us keys, theoretically. We would really like to have a shovel. Got a few dig sites around here that would be good to uncover. But let's try this other door out of security. Maybe we'll put a nursery here. Or closet. It's given us a boiler room, which is interesting. We have stuff we want to do with the boiler room, there's no doubt. But do we want to put a boiler room here and not just give ourselves a closet, which could give us another key? Like, the boiler room at this point, I don't think is quite as important to us. Because what we want to do with the boiler room involves the pump room. And the pump room's not even in our pool yet. Because we haven't drafted the pool. So, I think we just take the closet. We've got the door from security going into rank 4. And maybe we should draft that as well while we're here. I'm not sure. And then we have the door from the corridor. That theoretically gets us into rank, could get us into rank 3, sorry, rank 4 as well. But at the same time, we do have so many gems. Maybe we're just supposed to take a drawing room. Or the boiler room is, the fact that the boiler room is connected to security does mean that ducks are online, quack, quack. So both those doors, theoretically, we could power with the boiler room to give ourselves, I guess we could do funky stuff with the laundry room, you know? Laundry room would not be the worst thing to try to get an increased offering rate on. Spend all your coins to give yourself keys. Way more keys than you could ever want, but then you would surely have enough keys to open everything at the bottom of the reservoir. Maybe that's correct. The furnace connected to the boiler room could also get you a key. Oh, and I forgot, we are trying to do the laboratory. I forgot. We're not done with trying to get power to from the boiler room to the laboratory. Okay, this is a boiler room here. I would love, I want a closet at some point, but because we want keys, we want dice, but the boiler room actually makes a lot of sense because now it gives us 2 chances at a laboratory. We're not going to draft that right this, well, but getting a laboratory online now could be very good. So maybe we should spend some time here and try to draft a laboratory. Let's actually do that. Let's get the boiler room and let's get it powered on. And let's start to see what the draft gives us in terms of, like, if we can get a laboratory and get an experiment online, we might not have to worry about steps at all. We know how powerful that can be. There is a dig site here. We would like to have a shovel. Let's get our, maybe this is just ready to power up, though? We can just go straight to... No, we have to extend that platform. We have to get... There's always this little Y-shape thing that you've got to finagle with in order to switch between the HPC and your platform. The HPC we might not need for a while because we need to get our hands on another 4-letter combination. Apparently we don't have all the sources. This guy. Then we can activate. Activate, and we want to now point this to the right so that we can draft through that door. And the ideal would be getting like a laboratory that points to the right. But if we get a laboratory that points to the left, I will take it because it's connected to the boiler room finally, and we get to do the thing that we've been trying to do all this time. One way or the other, we want a laboratory. We would take a passageway. Would we take any of the red rooms? That's the only thing here, right? When we're talking about weight room, this was, I guess, maybe the reason why I was thinking about passing on the boiler room to start with, because maybe we don't want to take an archives right here and now. Maybe we don't want to take a dark room right here and now. But we could avoid that. We could avoid the possibility of those, at least the 4-way rooms. We could avoid that by drafting through security first. But we could also take some other room that's not duct related, right? If we don't want to settle for a weight room or an archives. Because if we do get our... The thing is, though, if we have to take, like, the weight room and go down to, like, 13 steps, if we can get a laundry room, then we can get our... We could get our steps all the way back up, could we not? Let me remind myself what the laundry room does. The laundry room would allow us to swap all of our coins for gems, and then we could swap all of our gems for steps, if it's connected to the boiler room. That's the important part. So actually... Even if we have to take something like the weight room, that's not the end of the world. It's getting dicey, for sure. But we still have the potential to draft a kitchen, as well as getting the laundry room to swap around stuff to get all our steps back. Let's draft out of the boiler room here and see what we get. We are pointing the power here, correct? We got the power pointed in the right direction. Let's see what happens. Sure enough, first room. First frickin' room. Are we doing it? Are we doing this? It kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Like, we've got a key card. I mean, there's a much higher likelihood that the weight room is going to have key card doors. I think this is what we do. This is where this draft goes. I just realized as well, we're on the west wing, so we could get a garage. The garage would get us some keys, and it would... The power going to the garage, I'm not sure if that's important to us, because all I think it's going to do is open the garage door. This weight room, man, we have played with fire so many times. It feels like one of these times we're going to get burnt. And this is a run I would hate to get burnt. But this is what the boiler room does, right? We've got... We're really banking on getting a laundry room or getting a kitchen at some point. The other thing we could do is just say, all right, we're not going to play with fire. We'll just take the spare bedroom, get whatever item is in there, and then we'll take our shot at getting the laboratory through security. And if we don't get it there, you know, it is what it is. I think we can do it, though. I think we can play with fire. I could regret this very soon, but I think we can do it. I think this is okay. It's not like the archives where it's a permanent debuff to the rest of your run. This can be recouped. You can recover from this. And we often do recover from it. There's a security door. Okay, so why don't we go ahead, we'll just pull the antechamber lever as well, because that could come in handy, right? We still kind of, even though we're at 12 steps right now, there's a world where we get them all back. All those steps come rushing back to us, and everything is fine. And we end up getting to the antechamber. Now I will draft this room to the left. We'll draft this one first just because if I have to add the archives at some point now, things are gonna get a little bit sketchier. I may not want to give myself the archives. And this could be a laboratory. This would take the the four-way rooms like passageway and archives would not be offered here. We could get the dark room, but then I would probably be okay drafting through the dark room if it's going to be taking a, because it shows us, it lights up the power, and we could draft a laundry room or a furnace through there. Not that I'm thrilled with a furnace per se, but it gets us a key if nothing else. I really want a laundry room though, man. I really want a laundry room. Let's check what this one gives us. It gives us the garage and the dark room. No laundry room yet. Do we take the garage here? I think so. This is the only spot we can get the garage. So I mean, we could get it on the west wing, but do we need the keys more than we need the doorway leading through? I give myself more chances to get a laundry room if I go through the dark room, but I don't get to see if I'm picking a furnace. So I really need the keys, don't I? I need steps as well, but I really need the keys. So let's take the garage. And now we're not going to get the keys just yet. We're going to draft one of these other rooms. Let's just draft rank 4 first. See what we get. There is that dark room they're giving us. Here, I think we have to take it. A coat check. For a second, I thought the coat check was the mail room. Man, am I going for broke on trying to get a laundry room? One way or the other, connected to all of these. I think I'm going to take the dark room, but I may not necessarily go there. Let's take the dark room and we'll draft the last door through in the weight room and see what that gives us. We'll use our key because we know we can get the keys from the garage. There we get the laboratory. Okay, good. If nothing else, we've got the laboratory. So we can finally say that we've done the experiment that we wanted to do in the laboratory. And who knows, this might get us steps. That's the important part here with the laboratory. So that is the other thing. If we didn't get the laundry room, the laboratory was a way for us to get ourselves steps and continue having the fun. So easy laboratory, and then the question is, well, I think it's not too much of a question because we just take the garage keys and go draft in the laboratory, but then here's the thing. So we're in the weight room with 12 steps. If I go garage and then laboratory, I don't have enough steps to get back to the pantry. The pantry does have a piece of fruit with our salt shaker, and that's a few extra steps. And then like if we don't get a good laboratory experiment that gets us like 40 steps back or something, if we don't get that, then we would need to really get a laundry room or a kitchen. Because then, if we did step into the garage and the laboratory, I don't know if we'd have enough to get back. Maybe we would have just enough. Let's see. We'd be down to like 8 steps back in the weight room. We would actually have we would be like back to the pantry with like 5 steps. After eating the piece of fruit, we would have 5 steps. Or maybe 6 steps. So we would be banking on getting a kitchen somewhere, or a nursery, somewhere within that the rest of our base. This is what happens when you play with fire. You might get burned. So we might get burned here, but the power is flowing to all of these, right? The power is flowing to the laboratory. So we have that hooked up to our game over there where we need to press, is it 3 before 9 or 9 before 3? I don't remember which. Maybe they'll let us do both. But I think we have enough to grab the keys and also go to the laboratory. Because I want to grab these keys either way. Even if we're going to be heading back to the pantry, I want to have those keys as we draft up the east wing. We're really going to be cutting it close here. And this run may flounder out because of my my inability to, well, avoid the weight room, really. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, there's the effect. We see it. The garage door just opens. You don't even have to think about it. It just says, "Open Sesame," when it's connected to the boiler room. So cool. We have our keys at least. There's no dig site here. But now we are down to 10 steps. We're flirting with disaster. That is a keycard door through the dark room, notably. But But now we go to the laboratory. And we go to do, I guess we do this first, right? Let me check my notes here. Let me check and see, does the laboratory, is it 9 before 3? Let's just do it the right way the first time. Let's get it right. And did I actually not make note of this? Where did I write this down? It's also in our mailroom, isn't it? We haven't drafted the mailroom yet. Ugh. This run, this is what happens when you get distracted going and opening an apple orchard and a precipice and a tomb, and you spend all of your steps on the outside before you ever start drafting. The mailroom though, 9 before 3. 9 up, 3 up. 9 up, 3 up. Ooh, the dramatic pan of the camera. What have we done here? Oh, is that what turns on the power? Is that what we needed to turn on the lights? Oh, maybe not. Oh, it's this door that's opening. What the hell? We've opened another new door. Another permanent addition. Our 4th permanent add-on, the Black Bridge Grotto. Talk about a super cool sounding name. Permanently has been powered and permanently unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. What? We need to go and log into the terminal here in the laboratory to see what they mean. One of the offline terminals can be logged into. So does that mean even if you haven't drafted the security room, or if you haven't drafted the laboratory, you can still access that terminal from one of the others? Log into network. Will this have changed any of the other network options, I wonder? What is this game, man? What in the world is this game? Data transfers from sync are current. Okay, we're still not able to do data transfers, but remote terminal access. Possible to connect to other... That text looks... Oh no, it has changed. And one offline terminal may be accessed using the Black Bridge protocol. Yo! So we could choose... Oh, the office. I forgot about the office. The office and the shelter. I suspect once you've chosen one of them, there's no going back. But we could spread gold with the office without having drafted it. Or we could check the shelters. Oh, there is that. We need to do the experiment here in the laboratory and then check the shelter to see about the radiation reading. Except I think the way that it's supposed to work is as we have successful triggers from our experiments, we spike the radiation reading. I think that's how it works. Let's log out and let's go back in and just do our experiment. This is where we're hoping that one of our effects is going to be setting our steps to 40 or increasing our steps somehow. That's really what we want here. Continue with experiment, please. Please. Set your steps to 40. Yes. Yes. Now, what are the effects, or what are the causes? Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, set your steps to 40. We might just take that one because we know there is a security door in the dark room. Oh, that's sick. There's actually a security door in the dark room that's going to have... I didn't even think about that. The dark room is awesome for us if there are security doors, because that means we get to not only see the boiler room enhancing our choice, but the rarity from the key card is shown. So we could really get a good idea. Although I guess the furnace and the laundry room are both the same rarity, but that would tell you whether you're getting a dead end. That's the important part. The 2 boiler room powered dead ends are both rare, I think. And the archives and the other ones are not rare. That's the important thing. Okay, each time you find some trash while digging, we have no shovel yet. Each time you eat an apple. Okay, we take this one, right? Because we've set the security level to maximum and we do have a key card. This is very easy, isn't it? Set your steps back to 40. And now the run is online. There's no other choice to be made. That's it, right? We just needed to make sure we had steps. Now we can do everything we want. Oh, baby. Let's go. It's only security doors. It's not unlocking regular doors, but this should still proc a few times. We know at least it's going to proc once when we go to the dark room, and that's the most important proc of all because it means we're not going to be exhausting ourselves here before rank 5. So let's go. Start experiment. Experiment started, and now I do want to go back and log into the... I think the shelter terminal makes sense. We have so much gold right now. We could do stuff with the laundry room still, but maybe the laundry room is not as important now that we have so many steps. And we did get a garage. So I don't think we need to worry about spreading gold. So we just want to log into the shelter terminal because that is... And yeah, you can only connect to one offline terminal each day. We're never going to get the shelter. We could get the office in our draft here, so this makes total sense because it's connected to our experiments. But I think the way it works is it's not going to actually do anything until we actually have procced some of these. We could test this out, right? So let's read it carefully here. The measurement of radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in the laboratory. I think this has got to be how it works, right? Because right now the levels are still... We've started an experiment, but we haven't triggered it at all. So we're at 0.07 right now. Let's go trigger the experiment by unlocking that darkroom door. And then we can come back and take another reading because we'll have way steps, guys. We'll have a whole bunch of steps. That's the important part. So many steps. I'm so excited now. This run is going to take forever, guys. We're going to be here all day long. But you know... that it's just, you know, it's totally worth it because it's just so much fun. This is a passageway, right? We're not taking a laundry room here or we're just taking a passageway. We have the gems to spend. We do want to keep the, well, do I want to keep, I think I want a passageway. If nothing else, I want the passageway for the doors. Just give myself as many doors as possible. And then set our steps to 40. Correct? Correct. Let me see that sweet. Oh, it's so beautiful. It is gorgeous, man. When you get this boiler room stuff running, when it is going well. Now a dead end here, above the dark room, wouldn't be so bad. I just don't know that I want a furnace at this point, because now is when I think I want to actually backtrack and go fill out the rest of my rank, like draft from the corridor. Maybe it connects to the passageway, maybe it doesn't. It's convenient if it does, but I want to backtrack and go from the corridor and from the pantry, because if I get a mailroom at the corridor, perfect. But the first thing I want to do is just check, since we've done one, by the way, there it is. Yeah, Blackbridge Grotto. Blackbridge Grotto, easy for me to say. We actually added the other 2 permanent additions today and drafted the tomb. What is this draft? I do want to check the laboratory terminal right this moment though, except I can do it in the security room. Can't I? I don't have to backtrack. I know because I'm backtracking through security, I can actually access that shelter terminal. That's a cool effect. That means you kind of always have access to the shelter if you want it. Except you don't have access to the fact that it shelters you from red rooms. That's not the... You don't quite get... It's not that good of a perk. But this is cool. Being able to access the gold from the office just from having the security room, that is pretty powerful. I just want to see, though. This has got to have spiked the radiation levels just a little bit, right? I'm hoping it connects us back to the terminal. It said it could only be done once a day, but I think that only means you can only choose one of them. Like, I can't choose the office now if it's offline. I think that's what it's trying to say. So let's take another measurement here. Oh man, that did spike it quite a bit. Yep, 3.3. So it needs to get to at least 12, right? If we can get to 12, then we get an emergency protocol and all doors in the house unlock. So we'll see if that actually is something that we end up taking advantage of. But, you know, I assume it means that the doors that are, like, they have to be doors that are drafted. You can't just say, all the doors for the rest of the day will be unlocked. I don't think that's how it works. But, you know, I don't know. We'll see. If we get to a point where we're running out of keys, I don't think we're going to get to that point. Because we have the key card. But we do want to spend keys. There is maybe still a reason to get the laundry room, and that's just to have a whole bunch of keys. Because we want to be able to open all of those chests at the bottom of the reservoir. One way or the other, we've got steps now. We're feeling good about everything. Life is good. We get to run all over the place, and basically we don't care. We're going to draft the corridor first, because I would love it. You want to give me a mailroom right here, please? Mailroom? Okay, that's a planetarium. Do we finally take the planetarium and say, hey, we get to check out a new room? I think we do. It's a perfect spot. I want to get a dead end. It's another 5 gold in the tomb as well. And we don't really need the utility closet, do we? We could turn the darkroom lights back on, but we've done that now. Maybe there's a gem in the darkroom that we could get by turning on the lights. I guess we haven't technically tested whether turning on the lights with the utility closet counteracts not being able to see floor plans. And maybe that might be worth taking the utility closet just to see, does that interaction work like it does with the gym, and the fact that you can counteract its negative effect with the utility closet. But because we've already connected the boiler room through the dark room, I don't think we have to worry about that. Even though we're not going to see, we don't have the security door at the top of the dark room. Whenever we get around to drafting that door, we'll have enough information, I think, from the boiler room to go on. We'll save that exploration for another day. I think we take the planetarium here because we've drafted this thing, what, 3 times now, but never actually set foot in it. We need to explore this damn thing, guys, because maybe there's something to find. We've never explored it before. Watch there be nothing. Watch it be... Oh, no, there's something. There's something here. Sure enough. Oh, look at this. Star schedule. It actually gives you the entire... Oh, shit. There is something interesting here. It lets you know exactly what you're going to get on every single day from the observatory. Not necessarily every single day, but every single... It is a set. It is a fixed combination for every set of stars or every potential permutation. It's not random when you have 6. It is always the twins and Diamondus Minor. Whoa. So that means we can see 13 says we're going to get the Southern Cross and Clavis the Key if we do get the observatory today. Wow. Holy shit, that's amazing. And this goes all the way... Now, the first page goes to 25, and then... So, Survey of Constellations, just reading the fine print here to be sure. Other notable night skies observed, then it doesn't go every single one here. It goes 29, 40, and 50. 29, first appearance of both Diamondus Minor and Major in the same sky. 40... 7 different constellations observed in a single night. What the fuck? And on night 50, there's a new constellation spotted. I mean, the way this game is going, I remember it on day 1 thinking, what, day 20? Holy shit. I thought that was a long ways off. Day 50 actually doesn't seem that far off now. I mean, it's far off still, but the way that this game is going, we might not even be close to done by day 50. Okay, that is awesome. Now we actually get full information when making our decision as to whether to actually call it a day in the planetarium or even draft the observatory. That is so freaking cool. I love it. And I love that we're not about to exhaust ourselves. We have 30 steps. This is amazing. Let's draft through the pantry. Let's see what we get in this direction. If we can fill out that base. Fill it out. Give me my coins. Give me my steps. We're not proccing this security key card for another few ranks here on this side. So, oh, that nursery is not quite as important at this point, is it? So I think we just take a parlor. We don't get our hallway on this side, which is kind of what I was hoping for, to give us a key as well as both doors. So a little bit sad here. We really do, man, the Geist bedroom does give us 6 dice. It gives us 6 dice, and we have the passageway, which opens to both rank 3 and rank 4. Is it correct to just take the Geist bedroom here? Because this gives you so many freaking rerolls. 6 dice. That's insane, dude. And there could be some special interaction, not just the getting 5 extra gold in the tomb from the Geist bedroom being a dead end, but also maybe in the Geist bedroom itself, the angel of death that hangs over the bed. Maybe we're supposed to take the Geist bedroom. We have 17 gems still. We don't need to draft from the parlor necessarily up into rank 3. And now with this experiment online, I really don't need a nursery. Let's take the Geist bedroom. Let's do it. Let's lock it in. Because simply because we have the passageway on that other side to fill things out, we're good to go. We should be good to go. We'll see exactly how this plays out. Okay, there is something here. What is this? What? Oh my god, there's a tombstone here that just says die. Because we're playing blueprints, and so wordplay and puns. I get it now. I didn't get it before. But of course, what do they give you when you draft a Geist bedroom? Die after die after die after... God damn it. Oh my god. This game is going to... this game is going to kill me. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. If it hasn't already. It's definitely not time for Baffin's Baron's Bafflers. Baffin's blah blah blah. Languages are hard. And who knows how many languages we're going to learn by the end of this. We still need a shovel. But the language of emblems, or sigils, I guess. Always funny to hear sigils now after having played Talos Principle. But, yeah, okay. We're making our way to the passageway. And I think we're continuing to power the passageway because I wouldn't mind having a laundry room, right? A laundry room with this much access to coins could be insane. So, not to mention that we have 6 dice, and the fact that we could switch dice for keys. That is really interesting. We don't need to change the direction of the power in the boiler room. There's no reason to send it to security. So we just keep drafting. We just keep on drafting. All right. Is it seriously that dark where I can't see a gem sitting right here, guys? Seriously? I don't know if that gem's a guaranteed thing. All right. No security doors in the passageway. So let's draft downward. They do give us the archives here, but they do also give us a mailroom. This one, we're not going to skip the mailroom. I was okay with taking a dead end here potentially, and if it's a good one like the mailroom, we take it, right? I think so. The hallway... Oh, the hallway doesn't even point to the right spot, so the mailroom is almost certainly going to get us at least 1 key, right? Right? And I would never take an archives here, I don't think. So mailroom it is. Boom. Give me that mailroom. Oh my god, we actually get no keys at all. But we get a compass. Okay. A compass and a couple gems. All right. Interesting. I think we'll just take the compass. The only consideration here is maybe I'll say... Maybe we'll wait 1 draft here. Let's grab the gems. But I think I will wait 1... Let's draft the passageway to the right and see if it'll give us a T-shaped room. Because I still would like to draft that other door in rank 3 and get some more keys or something. Am I okay with spending the steps here? We should be okay with steps now, right? We're going to get more security card doors at some point, especially if I draft my an archives from somewhere. I don't really want to draft an archives. just to get a laundry room. But I do like the idea of getting a compass here with both the, at the passageway going north, getting a showroom would be awesome. That's what I'm thinking here. I'm like, showroom, showroom, showroom. Give me a place to spend my coins. Maybe I'll just take the compass and not worry about it. Let's just take it. I'm overthinking it here. Let's not worry about spending the extra steps. Let's just take the compass. Maybe it makes it harder to get a T-shaped room on the east wing. Maybe not. I have no clue. Let's just take it and not overthink it. Game, don't be too mean to me. There's a Mount Holly gift shop. Dude, I needed a gold sink. I don't even need to use a die here. We have 6 dice. This is the other thing. I have 6 dice, guys. Gift shop time. Let's go. Do we even buy anything right this second? Actually, there may not be. Now that I think of it, we actually need a lot more coins. Okay, we might get those coins still. Who knows? Because we have a tomb, right? There is how much in the tomb as of this moment? Storeroom, Geist bedroom, planetarium, mailroom, garage. We've added 25 gold to the tomb. We're going to be able to buy this frickin' Swimbird plushie, aren't we? Do we really want to unlock dare mode? I don't know. We'll see if we get any other gold sinks. If we get a showroom at this point, we might save our gold for whatever is in there. I would love to see whatever other items are offered in the showroom. But we're going to draft this dead end here. Is this a reading nook? We just take it as a key. Versus nursery versus observatory. Okay, let me remind myself what the observatory was going to get us. With 13 stars, we get a Southern Cross and Clavis the key. So the observatory gets us a key as well. So we might as well take the observatory if we're going to take the nook here, because we also get the Southern Cross. How does the Southern Cross interact with the compass? I don't know for sure, although I think we had that on one day, didn't we? The other option is to redraw here. What would we be redrawing for? We already got our mailroom, so it would be for, like, you know, some other dead end that is better than having a nursery, I guess. You know, a nursery is not terrible here. A nursery, we just completely eliminate any worries about steps at all. Like, the only problem is it might actually put our steps too high. Is that ever a world where we get over 40 steps and now we're worried about drafting a keycard door and losing steps? Like, any one of these choices would be fine, but I feel like I'm settling if I'm doing that. And when I have 6 dice, I don't want to settle. I don't want to settle for any of these. I guess if I took the nursery, we would be fine on steps for, like, the rest of the run. But there are still rooms, there are still dead ends, like the closet at common, the, like, utility closet, and also the walk-in closet. I would kind of like to have those better or more than the nursery here at standard. And that's not to mention any of the unusual or rare quality dead ends. I want to put a dead end here, and I want it to be better than the nursery. If we didn't have this experiment, I would slam dunk this nursery. But the experiment kind of makes me feel like we're never going to worry about steps. And the nursery just feels, yeah, I want to do a redraw. Could regret this, but you can always regret. Oh shit, that's a workshop. Okay, we're taking a workshop. That's why we do this. We don't get to take a dead end here, but we do get a workshop. And a workshop is one of these rooms. We're still trying to, like, we could have a shovel in here, and maybe they give us some pieces to, you know, who knows? Who knows what we've had? Who knows what the workshop can get us? It at least gets us an item, and that would maybe be a shovel. We'll take the workshop here. The workshop is a very good room. And it doesn't matter that we're not connected to. It gives us a broken lever in this case. All right, we're not connected to the duct system here, are we? There's no ducts in the gift shop, I don't think. As far as I know, I did not see any quacks in there, other than me. But there's one more. Oh, there are coins on the floor. Okay, metal detector for the win. We're gonna need those coins now that we have a Swimbird plushie to buy. Is there anything new that we could do here? There's nothing we could do with the key card, is there? Does the key card combine with any of this shit? No. I would imagine that doesn't. Oh, what about the compass? The compass. Doesn't combine with anything either. At least not out of the things that we have. But I don't know that we've ever had the compass before when we've had the workshop. And there are supposedly like, what, 8 items or 8 craftables overall to get? Wasn't that one of the trophies? So we know what we can do with the sledgehammer and broken lever if we have a battery, salt shaker. There could be some really wonky off-the-wall combinations that we haven't thought of yet. So it's good to have the workshop here because you never know what else you're going to find in the run, especially now when we're supposedly going to be getting access to so many steps. Okay, let's draft out of the gift shop and see what is offered there. I kind of want, well, I don't know exactly what I want yet. A locksmith, you say. Just never worry about keys anymore. And now maybe you're okay taking... You have to take a locksmith here, right? The locksmith, because we still want to open chest at the bottom of the reservoir. And we still have the door out of the passageway, the dark room, and the laboratory. The dark room is a little bit... we might want to take the... This is tricky because I don't necessarily want... I don't want to draft an archives. I don't want to draft an archives if I can help it. Hopefully we can get enough doors, get enough access to doors where we don't need to pick an archives. I think this is a locksmith, though. The veranda would be okay because it could get us a shovel. But the locksmith we're not going to see anymore, right? And this guarantees us that we get to see... It just gives us all the keys, right? I'm overthinking this decision. Just with there's a little bit of concern because we have the dark room still to draft, but we have the laboratory and the passageway, and we have a compass, right? They're going to get us rooms that get us into rank 6. Take the dead end here. It gets you more coins in the out in the tomb as well. This is a slam dunk locksmith. This is a way to spend your coins if you need it. Now, we don't have to spend all our coins necessarily. We can come back here to the locksmith, or we just take like a lockpick kit. And, I don't know. We have 3 keys right now, and we have a key card. So we're not like desperate to buy a key this very moment. The only question is, would we want to buy a special key? We could get the silver key. We could get the prism key. What other special keys has the locksmith given us? But I think we can afford to come back to the locksmith. We don't have to buy anything right this moment when we have 3 keys and a key card. And we know that as soon as we get a key card door somewhere, we're going to be able to get all our steps back up to 40 and come back to the locksmith to stock up. One way or the other, we've got ways to spend our gold. And that's the important thing. My overthinking brain wants to now draft from the passageway, except I'm wondering, do I ever go back to the boiler room to turn off the power? Because boosting, even if I turn off the power, we have seen that the duct system does seem to kind of buff itself. So I have a feeling that the game is going to want to give us the archives out of the passageway, but we have 5 dice. We don't have to take the archives. And there's a good chance with the compass that we're going to just get another option alongside the archives that gets us into rank 6. So let's just don't overthink it. I got to keep telling myself with this game, don't overthink it. Just draft. Keep calm and draft on. We will use a key here. And I don't think we need to go back to get a special key. Let's just use a regular key. God damn it, it did every single one of these. It did every single one of the options that I didn't want to see. The archives gets us 2 doors, and it continues I just don't know that I need a laundry room at this point. The only reason to take like the archives would be to say get the laundry room to the left, take the laundry room to the left of the archives, and then get some other room that opens up your options into the rest of the estate. I feel like this is a redraw. And this is one time when I'm like, man, maybe I should have shut off the power. Because I don't really want any of these, do I? we've got 5 rerolls. I don't know for sure if the rerolls are... I think they are without replacement. I honestly have not been keeping track of this because we've, you know, we're saving the dice for like the end of the run. And so I just haven't been tracking whether or not when you redraw, does it show you? Can you ever get the archives again at any point if you're re-rolling? I want to say at least the very next set of options will not have these 3 or any of these 3, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong about nuances in the draft system before. We're using a re-roll here. Okay, that I can live with. Oh, the pool. Dude, we could get the pump room. Oh, this is a slam dunk pool, and it's angled in the right direction too. It stops our duct system, but we could get the pump room next to the laboratory, or the dark room even. But I think I'm not gonna draft out of the dark room now because I don't really need. I don't want to take the risk of getting. I mean, I could I could draft out of the dark. No, I would never draft out of the dark room to not take a duct-oriented room. This is definitely a pool. Like the locker room as well is good for us. And man, the sauna. Imagine getting the sauna along with, now that we have the apple orchard unlocked. This is an easy pool, right? You take the pool, it's pointed in the right directions. And there's a key card door. Good. 1 key card door. So why don't we try to draft a dead end out of the pool? A good dead end. Let's see how because now we know we can get our steps to 40 the moment we come to the pool. And maybe that's a reason for us to just go back to the laboratory first and try to draft a pump room from there. The only thing we need to guarantee, and assuming that we don't see any other security doors, is that we just get back to the pool before we're exhausted. And everything will be fine. I gotta say, having 6 dice is just so freaking incredible. It's the best thing ever. And the great thing about having the compass as well is that the laboratory, you know, if we get an elbow like this, like the pump room, there's a very good chance that it's going to be angled northward. The compass is OP. Dude, this unlocks... Oh my god, this unlocks this this Black Bridge grotto, which feels, on first glance, it feels less powerful than like extra 20 steps every single day, extra 2 gems every single day. Holy shit. But the fact that we can, you know, at some point maybe... Oh, that would have been one reason not to draft the locksmith. I just realized. That would have been one reason not to draft the locksmith, because of this, because we have access to the shelter and the laboratory, unlocking every door in the house for us. Not sure how that's going to work out, but we still have all the stuff to unlock at the bottom of the reservoir, so locksmith is fine. Let's draft out of this room. No, no room that actually goes into rank 6. Is this worth a redraw? Maybe. Don't think I want to take a terrace here, and I don't think I want a patio either. Terrace and patio and utility closet are all like, the utility closet, like we don't need to light up the dark room. And this is just a reroll, right? We still have 4 dice. You don't settle. You just don't settle for crap. Reroll. Okay, now we might take the reading nook. The key is good, and getting the library, we don't get to connect the duct system anymore, but we could still get the pump room, and maybe we can do good things with the pump room even without power. Not sure. We should be able to pipe enough things from other places, like the pool, to fill up the reservoir as much as we need. We just needed that reserve tank in order to fully drain the reservoir, right? We don't need the dormitory. We're good on steps, and I don't think there's any reason to take a drawing room. Let's get ourselves a key. The key is good, and then we'll keep on drafting. Let's just keep in mind our step count to get back to the pool at this point is 5. More than enough. We got more than enough. It's fine. Just keep that in mind and keep things going. and we take our library. Because a library that will have a compass attached to it is great. Oh, there's also going to be a new book in the library, question mark? We take the library here, don't we? This is not worth a redraw. We take the library, and now we see if there is... Oh, it's a new book request form. Okay, and now it's been updated because we added all those new drafting strategy volumes. So, of course, we're taking volume number 4. Let's go. We do still have the history of Erindia, which we now know is one of our angels as well. But I think we've done all the others from the original list. So now we have... we'll do the drafting strategy volumes first and then history, but maybe we'll add some other stuff when we get our hands on another bookshop, which could be right this moment. We'll see how this goes. Additional reading. The house, this is here from before. As we usually do, we'll check for any new tidbits in our records books. That scrapbook needs to be updated now. This screenshot with this apple orchard needs to be updated. We've made the detector shovel and the power hammer so far, of course. Maybe we'll get to make another one. Oh, wait, what the hell? We have a stamp collection. Oh, shit. We have a stamp collection. And, dude, there is some stuff. Okay, we were on the right track, weren't we? We were on the right track to be looking at these stamps because they got added to our... I would never have thought that these are going to be additions to our scrapbook. Are you kidding me? Screenshot. There's also what looks like some writing here that we need the magnifying glass for. That's why there's a magnifying glass depiction. There's 2 more stamps that we need to add. We saw at least one of these stamps on the envelope down in the tomb, right? The tomb has one of those stamps, and then I would guess that the final stamp is one of the letters that we still need to get from Randolph in the mailroom. That's crazy. This game is amazing. We're a stamp collector now, guys. Once you've inherited a multi-million-dollar estate, there's not too much left to do. You might as well just start collecting stamps and see how it goes. All right. So, dude, we have a locksmith as well. This is the thing. You don't have to worry about spending your keys if you run into locked doors. You just spend them, and you can always buy shit at the locksmith. Let's see what we get out of the library. Let's use a key and see what we get. Secret passage. Secret passage could get us it could get us another shop. I feel like we're good on shops now. I would like to... I'm not in a rush to buy that dare mode. It just feels the Swimbird plushie is one of these things that you're going to get eventually, but it doesn't seem like it... I don't see how it benefits us in the short term. But we don't know what it is exactly, right? We just know it unlocks dare mode in the master bedroom. What does that mean? Oh, I also forgot there is supposed to be a pair of trunks in the pool. We forgot to step in there because I'm trying to min-max steps and get back to the pool when we want to unlock that security door. So that's a thing that we need to think about, or we need to check out. We need to see, what do the swim trunks do? We got to take a look at that. And there's an addition to the closet, isn't there? We added some shirt or something, didn't we? So that was a reason to draft the closet that I totally forgot about. What are we taking here, though? It's not a wine cellar. We have 17 gems still. And I don't want to close off my options. Do I settle for the aquarium that gives us the door upward? Or do I take a secret passage and try to take... What? What would I take from a secret passage? We could take a green room. Taking a green room like the court gives you the cloister, probably. You almost certainly get the cloister. The thing about taking the green room in the middle of the house is it's very guaranteed. You know you're probably getting an aquarium, a cloister, and a courtyard. And you don't have to take the cloister, right? You could take just those other rooms because they have the most doors attached to them. But I do like the idea of having a room that points upward here. I don't know that it's worth a reroll to try to just get an elbow. Like I was hoping for the pump room pointed upward or some other less common elbow. But maybe we settle for the aquarium. The aquarium could have a shovel. There's an off chance it has a shovel because it is a green room. I think I do take the aquarium. It feels a little bit like we're settling for an aquarium because we're just kind of using it as an elbow and we're not getting like a ton of synergies out of it. But it is a room that points northward. I want it to point away from the doors that we have coming out of the pool. And we're down to 3 dice, which is still a lot, but I don't feel like I need to use one of them here. Like the aquarium is good enough, and it does maybe get us a chance at a shovel. There's probably not a shovel in this room without the veranda, but I think I will go ahead and take it. And then do I step into the aquarium? I think so. I'll be at 10 steps, and then I still have enough to get back to the pool. So we take the aquarium, and we'll check it out for no item, but there is a key. Awesome. All right, so there is a key. So why don't we then see, even if this door is locked, I think we do go ahead and draft it and see what we get. It's not locked. Wow. Okay, that's a vault. This vault, has it shown up like every single draft? Every single draft since, I don't know, day 15, it feels like? It feels like 5 or 6 drafts in a row we've had this stinker. Is it the right pick here? We have a lot of gold that is already in our pockets and in the tomb, is what I was thinking. So I don't even know if it's correct to pick the vault here. The correct pick could just be the hallway. So we can keep drafting. It gets us a key and it gets us 2 more doors. Is the vault's like overkill, isn't it? Obviously, we have, you know, the locksmith and the gift shop. So you can't say that the vault is overkill per se. So it does make it a little bit more, I don't know. You could say that it makes it more difficult for us to get to the antechamber, but at the same time, we'll have 40 gold and we have a locksmith already. We could potentially buy all the keys we'll ever need in the locksmith and buy a gift and buy the plushy thing from the gift shop as well. So maybe it is still just the vault here. The 44 or 45 room dream is already dead because of that stupid bottom right corner that I couldn't get to. And if we're going to try to draft up into rank 9, I mean, we'd want to get to the antechamber, which we could still do from the pool. And we would also want to, if we could, get that last room, 9-4, to fill out our word pairings. And that dream is still alive via the pool. At the same time, it's a hell of a lot easier to try to get to the antechamber if we take the hallway. Our chances of getting that antechamber are much, much, much higher. We would have to maybe turn around at this point because to get back to the pool safely, we need to do it before we go into the very next room, I think. And maybe that's another argument against the vault. Let me think about this. If we go into, whether it's the hallway or the vault, we would be in that room with 9 steps, and then we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to get back to the pool. I guess we would be directly there. So we could take the hallway and we could draft both of those doors to see if there's a key card door in one of those rooms. And also we would get the knowledge of the rooms coming out of the hallway to see if they are going to get us to the antechamber, as well as filling out, you know, the rest of the house. Is it correct to pass the vault here? We've got 66 coins and there's a shit ton of coins out in the tomb. I don't think we need the vault. I want to be able to open all of the stuff at the bottom of the reservoir, and I want to unlock the whatever elevator is behind the basement door, and we need the basement key to get there again. Correct? Although I kind of forgot that we have opened that door. That Blackbridge grotto door is open now, and we haven't explored there yet. So there's another part of the outside that we have yet to explore. I'm kind of like saving that all for later. I want to do that stuff, and I feel like we get to do it without the vault, or even it's a better chance of doing it all without the vault because of the hallway being so close to the antechamber. We're right there. And we should be good on steps because of our laboratory experiment. I think this is going to be fine. We take the hallway, and then we draft both of those doors and see what happens. Like, it sucks a little bit to pass the vault, but I think it's correct. I think it's right. And I think I've double and triple checked the count on my steps here to make sure that we're making it back to the room, to the pool that is, with exactly one step, assuming I don't make a dingus play and somehow... the only reason I would go through either of these doors that I'm about to draft is if I were going to... What am I thinking here? I want a security door. If I could be assured that one of these two rooms has a security door through it, then we don't have to worry about going back to the pool. We don't know that yet, though. Let's try to draft one of the doors that's unlocked. I actually want to draft this one first. We've got 4 keys. This is fine. I want to get an elbow that faces upward. We've got the compass. What I'm picturing is an elbow facing north, and then a straight through room, like the spare bedroom, facing into the antechamber. Or, you know, a T-shaped room. Something that gets us to the antechamber. Let's try to draft this door first. And maybe we'll use one of our rerolls here to make sure it happens. That is a music room. I think that's absolutely what we want. 1 major key, 1 minor key. We're never taking the chapel here over either an observatory or a music room. So it's just between those two. We know for sure what we're getting with the observatory, but I don't think we need... Like, the permanent progress is nice. The star permanently added to our collection is cool. But I think we'd rather have, when we have the gems to spend, why not just get more keys? The music room feels like a pretty easy choice here. No reason to reroll. But we're not going through that room because I'm pretty sure there's no security door. I'm not going to risk stepping forward to check. We're just going to stay right here and get our keys later. But we will try drafting this room. Now that we know that we've got the music room heading up, we would like to maybe get a room that's pointed over to the west wing. I think I draft this now. Because again, like I said, if we get a security door here, then we can kind of stay on this side and do the stuff that we want to do. Let's use one of our keys. There is a locker room, and I think that's what I take. But we could take a gymnasium, because a gymnasium has a higher chance of being a security door. I don't think so, though. We want a locker room, right? The locker room gets us more keys. And we do, you know, we might want to, if we can, open every single chest in the bottom of the reservoir. Even though we know the green memos tell us that it's just the black boxes that you want to focus on if you're looking for a Sanctum key. But maybe we just want to open all the boxes regardless, because who knows? Maybe there is more than just, I don't know. It could be worth. And I feel like the locker room is kind of perfect. We don't need the door from the gymnasium going to the right. So we take the locker room, right? We could take the break room again just to guarantee. We don't need the break room here. I want the locker room. Take the locker room. I think there's also a chance that it's a security door, but not in this case. So this is where we do take our key and we head back to the pool. And we'll come back here to, once we've reestablished our steps, we can make our way back to trying to get into the antechamber. But we won't, I don't think we'll take the risk of trying to get a security door here. It's just not worth the risk. When we still have security levels at high, we should get so many more steps still from that proccing, from the triggers on that. We just make our way carefully, no missteps, no wrong turns. There's a key here in the nook that we've already got from the locker room. Nice. We go to the laboratory, check for any keys that have been stashed here, spread here, and then we go weight room and then to the left. We already activated the antechamber lever in the weight room. We don't want to go all the way to the gift shop. I'm just talking myself through this process to make sure I don't do a dummy. But, because we are cutting it close. We are cutting it close! But there we are. And there are swim trunks. There's also a key here. Do this... Oh, there are chests out there. There are chests in the pool. Swim trunks. Oh, you guys and your frickin' wordplay. God damn it. Swim trunks. I cannot get to these unless I drain the pool. So we have more to look forward to because we do have a sledgehammer. If we can manage to get our hands on a pump room and drain the pool, there's more than just coins waiting for us. Yip, 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 yip. Hooray. Hip hop hooray. Okay. 40 steps, please. One way or the other, we're getting 40 steps. Ooh, that's a mechanarium. Is it worth for us? Is it worth for us? Is it worth to us? We have a workshop. We have security. We have a mechanarium. We have a laboratory. This is very worth. We have 4 doors in this mechanarium and we've never drafted it. So I would assume, I mean, theoretically, we know it can get up to like 8 doors, right? But I would assume that the doors that it's going to open first are going to be the ones that allow you to draft in all directions. Correct? Who knows how this works for sure. But it's got to be a mechanarium here, right? Right? And then we check out the mechanarium, I think, and see what it's all about. We do it. New rune time. Let's go. And it should be... There's our experiment. Woo! Okay, and... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is working a little bit maybe differently than I thought. So we can come back to draft this door in the pool. We have 40 steps now. All our worries are laid to rest. But I think it is working the way that I thought. It does based on the floor plates. Let's review an iron vaulted mechanical chamber fixed with motorized panels that can reveal up to 8 different doors depending on the parameters at the time of creation. So I figured you would get at least the cardinal directions that would have doors attached to them first. And then if you are so fortunate, if your draft has enough mechanical rooms, then you would start to fill up these diagonal directions. And there could be cool stuff hidden in those, right? So let's try opening that door first. See what the diagonal direction has in store. There's the antechamber lever. I think we knew this, right? We have 2. Is this the first? Is this the first time that we've actually opened 2 doors into the antechamber? We've obviously opened the weight room door along with the blue moon door, but the 2 doors leading from like the house proper into the antechamber, that's crazy. That's a first for us. So we're definitely getting in the antechamber now, right? Things could still go horribly wrong, I suppose, but I think we're on a good footing for that. Okay, so now the question is, what do I think we might go back to the pool and we just draft a dead end there, or the best room possible. Whatever like if we get a vault offered there, obviously we would take that. Or we could take a dead end here in the mechanarium. Like either way, either one of these rooms next to the to the left of the mechanarium feels like it's correct to go with first. But it probably doesn't matter that much. I love the mechanical sound effects in here though. I love this see-through floor that we get to see all these gears turning away. Look at this. Otherwise, a very, you know, a monochrome room, not the flashiest room ever. Very, very understated compared to some of the other very bright and colorful rooms in the house. We'll draft left first though. It's even unlocked. Look at that. And that's a walk-in closet that we get to take. Perfect. The walk-in closet could have keys, and that's the thing we're most interested in. Also, it's a dead end that gets us more coins when we eventually do go back out to the tomb, so perfect. Walk-in closet is absolutely beautiful. What is this? What is this? There's a cupcake here. Are you, what? We have 2 gems. We're starting to get a little bit low on gems, so I guess that's good. Dude, there's car keys. Yo, the car keys has a battery, doesn't it? We can make another power hammer. Is that good for us? Is there anything? We don't have a secret garden at the moment. Could we get a secret garden key from, oh, we could get a secret garden key from the music room. This is where we go back and we draft through the rest of those rooms up by the antechamber, isn't it? I think we do that because we could get a secret garden key from the music room, and now we have the ability to build a power hammer and break through that wall in the secret garden. And maybe, are there other walls? Like maybe in the tomb. The tomb had like a couple different sus-looking walls. Could we bust through some walls in the tomb? We don't have a shovel, so we can't even make the jackhammer without the shovel. Okay, we'll think about that here in a moment. We've got car keys, but we have also a cupcake. I imagine this is going to get us some steps, which is fine. It gets us 10 steps. Okay. And we put salt, of course, because everybody puts salt on their cupcakes. All right, we got 10 steps. There you go. So now we kind of have an incentive to just go back and spend some of those steps before we run into another security door. So I don't know, maybe we even take the time to like explore some of these dead-end rooms, like the mail room. Go back to some of these places where there could be keys that have been spread by the locker room. Yeah, let's actually do that. Let's go ahead and we're gonna turn right back around now that we've eaten our cupcake. What the hell? There's a cupcake in this game. This game is the best. This run is the best. This day 20 is so freaking insane. We're gonna draft this other dead end here and add some more gold potentially to our. We'll use a key. It's fine. We might be adding. Oh my God! There's a showroom. Unfortunately, there's also a bunk room here, but unfortunately, because we drafted... Oh, I guess we drafted the hallway as well, so we're not even close to doubling our keys. So... But that's a showroom. Shit. We have too many things now to spend our gold on. God damn it. Shit. We have... what are we going to do here? Because the bunk room... Do we actually have too many things to spend our gold on? Do we need to take the showroom here? We have 110 gold plushie. And there is how much gold? Because if we take this bunk room, I think it counts as 2 dead ends, correct? And so it procs the tomb twice. That's 10 more gold added to the tomb. The thing is, we already have how many dead ends? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we already have 35 gold in the tomb. We would add 45. This is actually fine, right? Because we have a locksmith and we have a gift shop. We're not going to need to buy, I don't think, that much from the locksmith, if anything. We still have 3 keys. There are key card doors, supposedly, with the security set to high. Actually, we don't have as much gold as I thought we did. So because we didn't take the vault, we only got offered the vault. We didn't actually take it. So I think the bunk room is actually correct here because even if it doesn't double our keys, it might have 2 keys just sitting there. It, at the very least, also gets us 10 gold. So and it's the bunk room. Of course it's the bunk room here because we have stuff to read in the bunk room, guys. Perfect. We take the bunk room. The showroom will wait for another day, or maybe even later this run. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the showroom. It is 2 gems. That's okay. That's okay. We might not get to spend all our gems today. It just might be the way it works. All right. Anything else laying around? Metal detector, coins. I'm also remembering seeing the 2 pawns over here. The 2 pawns is reminding me of the chess game that we uncovered down the wonkavator. What the fuck? Okay, time to actually read. See that prompt down there? How did I miss this before? We'll read the first couple pages here and we'll do the whole book this time. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he's not as much fun as my friends. I'll not have to share my toys. I'll not have to share my room. I won't have to share my snacks. I wonder if he had a cupcake as one of his snacks. Because, you know, if you had to share your cupcake, man, I could really see the resentment growing. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. Next page. What the fuck is this? Herbie is mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. Oh, God. Is this what we've missed? So one of them writes, Herb writes about how he doesn't have to share all his stuff, but then Simon comes in with his revenge. Herbie is mean and really stupid because and today's a good day because I threw away his airplane. Boy, the sibling rivalry here. Good Lord. I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Simon loves his caps, doesn't he? For a second, the game stuttered and it didn't go to the next page, and I was thinking, is that all we came here for? Was that the 2 additional pages? Back to Herbie here. Today is a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back, and if he does it again, he will not get to go out to the park on Friday, and I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing. Simon needs to go back to the schoolhouse, though, and work on his spelling. About me, and today is a good day because I know he cries when he can't find his book, even though he is older. He is a crybaby. I wonder how old Simon was at this point. I suppose if he's like 3, this is pretty impressive to draw this. His precision of his letters and holding together his form here is not the problem. It's just the actual words. Oh, what is this? Today is a good day because today my brother returns from college. Oh God, and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long time ago. This is Simon writing. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have it any other way, but that's crossed out. I still would rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma and welcome home. A friendly conclusion to the young sibling rivalry as eventually the grown-ups, figure out how to get along better than the kids do. Is there anything here with the magnifying glass, though? I don't see any magnifying glass things to be examined. Perhaps there is some additional clue there to be had, but I don't see it. For now, I'll just settle for taking a full set of screenshots. Okay, finally, we get to fully read that illuminating brother's journal. And like I said before, if there are still rooms where I have not done further reading because of missing the next page prompt, don't tell me exactly which rooms to look for, but you might say, like, maybe think about places where you've missed that next page. Feel free to nudge me if there is some outstanding stuff there to be done. For now, having 46 steps in hand, I think we do make our way back over to the other side and we start. I do want to know for sure if we might draft the music room first, just because I want the knowledge of whether we have a secret garden key. Because that would be pretty fun if we have that to do more Kool-Aid Man stuff. Breaking down those brick walls. Because now we can probably draft a power hammer. I don't want to go in we did just pass the garage, but I was thinking, like, the garage is open. And there's all this gold in the tomb. So we might as well, if we're going to go in the garage and get the car keys or open the trunk with the car keys, then we might as well go out to the tomb and save ourselves some steps there and just grab all that gold after we've drafted whatever dead ends we're going to draft up here in the upper left-hand portion of the house. And then that should probably be more than enough gold to buy all the things that we want. Question mark. It is not a secret garden key. It is something else. There is a new special key here. What the fuck? We have our minor key, of course, but then we have a Sanctum key. We have a Sanctum key. Excuse me? What? Unlocks 1 of 8 doors. What? A Sanctum key. We're already looking for 1 Sanctum key in the reservoir, the chest at the bottom of the reservoir, which we still don't know whether those actually close back up or if they're permanent unlocks. What? This can just spawn in the music room. That's our first Sanctum key. Wouldn't have guessed that. Okay. There are 8 doors. Excuse me. There are 8 doors in the Sanctum, which we couldn't interact with before, and I thought maybe they were just for show. Looks like we can't open them. Okay, well, let's worry about that when we actually get back to the Sanctum, which might not be too long from now. But let's draft this door from the music room to see if we get into the antechamber, because if we do, then I would maybe pick a left-facing elbow in the locker room if I was forced to do so in order to draft those other rooms to the west wing. So let's see if we can get a room that guarantees us to the antechamber. We get that by taking a cloister. We can do it with a cloister. And then we still could draft a shop out of the cloister. So this could be very good. Okay. I think I'll settle for the cloister, even though we spend the 3 gems. We have so many gems to spend, we're probably still not going to spend all those gems. We might as well take the cloister. And then what do? We grab the antechamber key and we run, don't we? we might go step back to draft through the locker room. I'm not sure exactly. What's the min-max way to do this? I don't know yet. Still have 3 dice that I want to spend. I want to do so many things because this game is amazing. It is cool, though, how they highlight the Sanctum key. Every other item is just in white. The Sanctum key gets its own special highlighted color. Oh, man. What is going to be behind one of those Sanctum key doors? I'm getting ahead of myself, though. We need to draft the cloister first here. Let's draft the cloister. Spend those gems. We're running out of places to spend gems. And then I think we can afford to be... We have the steps to spend. It's okay to go in here and check to see what we've got. We can afford to pick up the antechamber, the basement key while we're here. Back in the antechamber once again. Give me that basement key. Wouldn't be the worst thing to coat check, would it? If there's going to be one thing that you might coat check, I could see the basement key. I just feel like in general a coat check is not worth it for most items, but the basement key is one of those where, because the coat check itself is just so hard to get to show up in your draft. It's not like the mailroom that shows up so much more often when you have a package delivered. But once again, getting ahead of myself here. This is not a security keycard door, so I think we see if we can draft this, and if we do, we try to get a shop. It is locked here. Obviously, we can't use the basement key here. So, do we draft this now? We want to get our hands on at least one more security keycard door. So that might be a reason to draft this door here to see if we're going to get a room that is likely to have keycard doors. Although it is kind of a good question, like how many other rooms are there where we would be getting keycard doors at this point? Are we just down to the archives? Is the archives the last one that could possibly have keycard doors? Like, there's just not too many others, I don't think. I guess the gymnasium is one of them. The gymnasium is still available at standard, and we know we can get keycard doors there. So maybe, like, would I be okay taking an archives here if I had to, just to make sure I have one more steps? Do I need one more steps thing? Like, I really would want to get a kitchen here. That's what I want to get, right? Regardless of whether it has a keycard door or not. I want to get a shop to add to my allowance. That's really what I want here. I think I'm overthinking this decision. And what we should do is just wait on this door, maybe. Let's just draft. Let's draft this door and see if it's a shop. I'd like to get a shop here if I can help it. Because I have dice, and I might use one of those dice to guarantee a shop. At the same time, that is a gymnasium that I was talking about, and that would be... It is also a pump room, though. The pump room is not connected to the boiler room. So does it allow us... We would be taking the pump room here in the hopes of actually being able to first open enough chests at the bottom of the reservoir to get a Sanctum key, and then coming back to the pump room to raise the water level to the position of the boat. Also, though, we do want to drain the pool. So that's actually, those two go hand in hand, raising the reservoir to drain the pool in order to get access to the two trunks, the swim trunks, which we do have a sledgehammer for. And the pump room is unusual rarity. There's no guarantee that we're going to see it again if I skip it here. But if I take the gymnasium, now I'm able to draft that door up to the top right. If I take the pump room, my chances of getting to that top right, or the rank 9-4, the chances of getting that room go down dramatically. It's so much easier to get that and check that off our list if I take the gymnasium. Not to mention 2 chances at security doors. I think I'm going to do that. I am going to pass the pump room here because there's still a lot of work that we have to do to get, to go back and forth between the reservoir and the pump room. And like, if I get it offered later in the draft, maybe I can take it, but I think the gymnasium makes too much sense here. At the same time, I could re-roll to try to get a shop. That might also be worth thinking about, because this is where we have 3 dice and we need to use them at some point here before this draft is over. And would I rather get the shop? Try to gamble at getting a shop instead of worrying about having the door through the gymnasium? It's only 2 coins to our allowance. Our allowance is already at 22 coins. I don't need to get super greedy about this. This run is doing so well, and if I get one more proc from the key card trigger, if I get one more set of 40 steps, then we just basically get to do everything that we want with this draft. So let's take the gymnasium here. And we might still get lucky and get the pump room. There's our key card door. Perfect. Right off the bat. Do we have another one? Can I see whether the other door is a key card door? I'm not going to get that greedy. We can save the gymnasium for when we need that last proc to get us to 40 steps. So now we can think about how we've got several places. We want to draft through the locker room. We want to draft either through the gymnasium or the mechanarium to get to the east wing. And we also want to build a power hammer potentially. And we also want to go get gold from the tomb. And we also want to get down to the bottom of the reservoir, as well as now we have a basement key to do the thing with the elevator in the outside. So it's just a matter of when do we draft versus when do we go outside? How do we bounce around between those different objectives? We should be fine on keys because there are still a whole bunch of keys spread by the locker room throughout the house, and we have the locksmith. So even with buying the plushie toy at the gift shop, we should also be able to afford some stuff from the locksmith. Maybe I would be better served by just buying the lockpick kit. I think I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to head to the locksmith, and because the other thing I'm thinking of is I would love to get a secret garden key, but I don't know for sure if I can get one of those from the locksmith. I feel like the locksmith only gets me like a prism key or a silver key, but I don't know for sure. Because if we can craft a power hammer, we have a pretty large incentive to want a secret garden. And we still have potentially a lot of chances to draft that on the east wing. Oh, there could also be a secret garden key in the garage. Dude, we need to open the garage, or the car trunk. That's what we need to do. I need to open I've been saving the trunk of the car to try to maximize my steps going back out to the tomb and whatnot. We need to check the garage trunk, because maybe it just has a secret garden key. Yeah, I've passed by the garage a couple times now, and I should have just opened that to begin with, but we need to check that. see what we get, because I totally forgot that that could have a secret garden key, and that definitely would change my calculus a bit here. So let's check it out. Garage, here we come. This draft has been so dang fun. It has felt like it has come together from so many different angles. Like we were on the brink once again with the weight room, but the game just has a way. Trust that the RNG gods will get you out. There it is. Trust in the RNG gods. They are smiling on us so much. This is it. We are crafting. I'm pretty sure we are crafting a power hammer, and we're drafting a secret garden if we can help it. Assuming we get at least one locked door. We have to get one locked door along this east wing, right? Maybe we'll get the first one out of the mechanarium. And I think we would just take it. Take that secret garden as soon as possible. So now, we don't need the locksmith, I don't think. But maybe it's fine to just... Like, if we buy a lockpick kit, we can spare all of the regular keys that we save by using the lockpick kit instead, and use those in the reservoir. I'm seriously going into like hardcore overthinking mode here, because there's a few different permutations of how you can sequence things, bouncing between outside and inside the house, and when you do the secret garden, when you spread all the fruit around the house, and then go looking for fruit, or also looking for keys that have been already spread by the locker room, or do you go draft in the upper left first and then get your steps from the gymnasium so you can get 40 steps and then do all the stuff with the fruit? There's so many ways to potentially min-max this, but I think what I'm going to settle on is going back to the locksmith and the workshop and doing the business there in making we make our power hammer, and we also make, the thing is we get fruit, right? We get fruit from the secret garden, and we spread fruit throughout the house, and then that should be able to, like, we can get a lockpick kit, and we can also make a power hammer, and then we draft the secret garden, and we get whatever the secret garden has behind it, and we spread all the fruit, and then we should be able to get enough steps to get back to the gymnasium and get our 40 steps from there. And who knows, maybe if we're lucky, we even get like a conference room before we get, like, maybe we could draft a conference room above the mechanarium before we get the stinking whatchamacallit, the stinking whatchamacallit, the secret garden, and then we get all our fruit in one place, and all our problems are solved. I think we're at least making a power hammer, though, aren't we? We're at least going to make a power hammer. And it is down here past the gift shop. The thing is, we're coming back at some point to the gift shop. So it's like I don't know if this is the most efficient way to do this, but I hope this works out. I hope this works out. Are we making the sledgehammer here? Let's just double check that there's no combinations of other stuff that I haven't tried yet that somehow, like, did we get I don't even know if we got any new stuff yet. Oh, we can combine the compass with the battery pack? Oh my god, we can actually make something with the compass and the battery pack. Electromagnet. What? Electromagnet. Does electromagnet... what does that mean? Okay. Shit, well now we have a new item that we could craft. But of course we can craft the power hammer. The power hammer. I mean, if nothing else, I'd love to see if the power hammer can break the stuff in the tomb. What I think might be sus walls in the tomb, but they might also be nothing. So, but then there's a new item to craft. What? And now we don't get to craft it if we spend the battery pack on the power hammer. But we have a secret garden key. Like, we have to do this, right? But now we know compass plus battery pack. Compass plus battery pack. And maybe we... Yeah, I wouldn't mind... This is another reason to have the coat check, is to be able to coat check one of the really complicated contraptions, right? Where you have to have all the stars aligned to get one of these to show up. I would imagine that taking a power hammer means, or crafting a power hammer, that would like put the broken lever and the battery pack back in the pool, right? So now you should be able to get a second battery pack, even though the sledgehammer's in the coat check. I would hope that the game would not count that as, oh, your broken lever and your sledgehammer and your battery pack, they're all in the coat check, by the way, and you can't do anything else. You can't get any other copies of those. I would hope it wouldn't work like that, but I don't know for sure. That's interesting. Electromagnet. Well, I want to try that, but I also have stuff I want to do already. I have stuff that I know I want to do with power hammer. So we'll have to see. Would the electromagnet like suck up all of the coins and keys that are laying around the house? That would be pretty awesome if it did. But we'll have to find that out another day, I think, because this is the way we're going. Power hammer for the win. Power hammer is the best so far, but there's still a lot more contraptions to get, including an electromagnet. So who knows which is going to be the strongest contraption of them all. I will, with 20 steps, yeah, we're going to draft here at the mechanarium. So we're going to grab what maybe I should have grabbed to begin with. I'm not going to grab a special key, but I am going to get a lockpick kit, because we should still be able to get our hands on enough coins. We should be able to draft at least a couple more dead ends and get enough coins to buy the plushie at the gift shop. This should be fine. And the lockpick kit, I think, gives us enough extra value by saving the keys that we would otherwise have to spend on doors. We can save those for the trunks at the bottom of the reservoir. I think that works. So now let's draft the mechanarium. We'll draft above the mechanarium first, because we already drafted... That's right, we already drafted the bunk room over here by the pool. So we draft above the mechanarium to see if we get a conference room. That would be awesome. The lockpick kit works right away. Okay, we could also just take a dining room and just not have to worry at all about steps, right? This completely solves any other steps problems. It's not worth taking a foyer here at this late stage of the draft. We don't want a chapel. We would simply here be re-rolling to try to get like a conference room for steps. But when you have a dining room, you just take the dining room and you get the steps from that. And now all your problems are solved, right? I think that's what we do. And then we still have the gymnasium to draft through when we want to replenish our steps. This is good. This is very good. Dinner bell already. I think we take those steps. Oh, there's a lunchbox as well. Have we not made it back? Wait a second. Oh my God, that counted as 40 steps, because apparently that other door... Wait, how does... Oh, because they're connected, right? When you have adjoining rooms, of course the doors are going to open. So the door from the gymnasium was a security door. Not just the one going to the north, but the one to the south as well. We could actually get 4 successful triggers, and it's not going to matter at this point. But we could maybe get the shelter to open all of the doors in the house for us. I would love it if it would open all the doors or all the trunks at the bottom of the reservoir. That would be the sickest outcome. Oh man, we're getting so close to drafting every single room in the house too, man. This stinking little corner down here. All right, we might as well eat this food now, because yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. There's also a key in here, or coins maybe. There's something somewhere. Maybe it's even on the table. The lunchbox is actually metal. The lunchbox is metal. When you reach rank 5 today, gain 10 steps. We've gained 10, actually 11 steps, because we have a salt shaker. And now we have a pizza. Dude, do I even want this pizza? I do want this pizza, but I also want to draft through the gym at some point. We might just go back outside the house right now. Like, who knows? We could go do all the business in the Sanctum. We don't have a furnace, but am I going to wait to get a furnace? Am I really that much of a greedy bastard? I'm not. I'm not that much of a greedy bastard. Guys, we're back to 70 steps. It's a brand new day. Look at that. We've unlocked the apple orchard, And now, oh, we're going to get 71, I guess, because of the salt shaker. So it's not an exact brand new day. But this is basically, get used to it. Because this is how we're going to be starting every day from now on. At the very minimum, now we draft the Mechanarium. We're at 71 steps, for fuck's sake. This is nuts, dude. This is absolutely fucking nuts. This is fucking nuts. Don't even think about steps anymore. Just don't even let it cross your mind. Dude, are you kidding me? They're going to give us a pump room too? Are we really going to get to do it all? I might lose my mind trying to think about doing all the things, but we're taking a pump room. What the fuck? The observatory doesn't really do much for us today. It just buffs our star total for the rest of time, but we have a planetarium already to end the day in, so pump room it is. Boom. We actually get a pump room on top of everything. This draft is insane. Absolutely wild. And there's a... Oh, shit, but there's a key card door there. Okay. Well. That's a key. We don't want to draft that key card door because that would set our steps to 40. And we actually don't want to change our steps at all right now. Can't move from this spot, guys. That step total must remain exactly the way it is at this moment. Are we going to do anything in the pump room? Are we going to change any of these water levels at all? There are trunks to get in the pool. Wouldn't be a bad idea to drain the pool, but that would mean filling up the reservoir. Is now the time when we just go out to the reservoir? We comb the house. The thing is, we don't have the secret garden yet, but we don't necessarily have to get the secret garden before we go down to the reservoir and down outside to do all the things. But whether it's the fountain, like maybe the fountain and the pool, we should be able to redirect both of those to the reservoir, correct? The reservoir is connected to both tanks 1 and 2, so any of these sources on this list should go to the reservoir. The only thing we needed to fully drain the reservoir was this reserve tank. But now that that's taken care of, we can fill up the reservoir to 13, definitely. We just don't want to do it right this second. We want to take care of draining the pool, or we want to go check the stuff at the bottom of the reservoir first. So what we'll do with our extremely nice number of steps is we'll go and try to draft the rest of these rooms past the locker room. We'll also note for the record that the pump room can be a security door. Good to know. But we want to see if we can add one last dead end. That's what I really want here, is I want one more dead end to the tomb to give us as much gold as possible. So back to the locker room. We could also take the time to check some of these, like the mail room, for example, might have a key in it because of the locker room. So because we have so many steps, we'll take that, just go a little bit out of our way, scan with the metal detector. Nice having that metal detector to save us a little bit of headache searching for stuff. Otherwise, it is back to the lab again. Oh, I meant the locker room. The locker room. I don't think we're going to be opening any locker room doors unless somehow we're desperate for gold. I think we're okay passing on all that today. Lockpick kit? Not this time. We're not using a special key here, so regular key it is. And there's a break room to get us even more keys, and potentially a key card if we wanted to. We'll take the break room, yeah, because that lets us keep drafting. I don't want to stop. I don't want a laundry room here. Laundry room would be pretty funny, but I want to save my coins to buy the plushie in the gift shop, if we can help it. So break room is totally fine. In fact, maybe one of the best rooms that we could get at this stage. Assuming that the math game is not going to progress to too difficult of a stage. 6. 12 divided by 4 makes 3. So far, so good. Oh, okay. 6 minus 1 is 5. Times 4 is 20. Divided by 5 is 4. Okay, all right. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's see if we can follow. 12 minus 11 is 1. Okay, that's good. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 4 is 4. Times 2 is 8. Divided by 4 brings us back to 2. Just follow. Just keep going down the line. Keep it simple. Don't make it overcomplicated. Lockpick kit coming in. Clutch. Let's go. I mean, once again, I don't really want to spend my coins on anything but a plushie. So I don't think I need the kitchen here. And it's just the boudoir. The only thing... We still have redraws, but we're going to have places to spend those redraws. Like, redraws at the very worst case, if you're down to your, like, very last set of rooms, you can be shopping for a sauna, you know? That kind of a thing. Tomorrow rooms that will help you out tomorrow. That's what they do, duh. So, boudoir it is, even though it has no other real impact on our run other than it just keeps us going. Lets us keep on drafting. At some point, we want to figure out the safe combination here. I don't suppose it would be 1128. But we'll try. You never know. But I have a feeling that the code to this safe, and maybe some of the others, is going to be in a locked diary in a certain ladyship's chamber. If I had to guess. Okay, regular key here, or... Do we put the secret garden here? We've got a power hammer, don't we? This is where we could use the secret garden. The secret garden also lets us draft the last room down below. Like, I'm not going to min-max this set of... I'm just thinking about the thing that we read, the logbook in the apple orchard that tells us about the plots of land and the fact that some of them are more rich in soil than others. This plot here at 8-1 is good soil, which is good enough. Even if it was poor soil, though, I would still probably just take the secret garden, because the secret garden, I'm assuming I can do it on this side. I don't know if we've done it on this side of the manor, have we? Do I want to do it on this side, though? Because part of my... This is a little bit of a decision, I suppose, because I had a thought that maybe breaking through the brick wall in the secret garden would allow us to get to the outside, like the east wing outside. We've already been to the west wing path. Dare I get so greedy that I would wait? Because I would, if I don't take it here, if I don't take the secret garden on the west wing, I basically only have two, maybe one room where I could even draft it. We would have to be counting on 8. We would have to get a room that goes through the pump room to the 8th rank. So a straight through room or a T-shaped room that angles us to rank 8. And that door would have to be locked and not a key card door. So maybe I'd better not be greedy here. When we have the power hammer, there's no guarantee I'm going to be able to code check this. Let's just take the secret garden key when we can. And it's probably a good thing that my lockpick kit failed, because maybe this was the correct play no matter what. It might have been incorrect to even use the lockpick kit. I'm not going to be greedy, because this may not even take me outside. Secret garden does work here. Good. And so now fruit has been spread. Not that we'll need it, but we will what? We will enjoy the secret garden, the atmosphere of the secret garden. We don't have a shovel. That's one thing we don't have. This lever has already been pulled. The left door, which of the antechamber, which we did not use. But what I believe I do see here, what I do very well see, is a brick wall. Kool-Aid Man time! Okay. It does not, in fact, it's just like the other... Well, the greenhouse was different, because the greenhouse did actually lead to a brand new door on the floor plan. But like the weight room, this is just a little cubby hole here. That does what? There's a wheel. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Yo, this changes the... Wait a second. What? This changes the top arrow. So the initial position of the top arrow on this weather vane pointed west, which was to the rogue moon. The rogue moon holder here for the lever. And then when we aligned the other 2 arrows in the same direction, that opened up. Does that mean if we point the top arrow in one of the other directions and then similarly align these other arrows with it, something else will happen? Let's find out. Let's go north first. Just a single crank on each of these. It turns this. No, it closes that. It closes that. And that's all it did? So if north doesn't do anything, we'll try the others, because there's not that many combinations to try. But now I'm wondering, the swan faces south. Is there some additional effect if we face it south, or face all of them south? We'll try. It only takes one turn of the wheel here. It's not gonna take us very long to try this out. Obviously, there are who knows how many other permutations of arrows facing in all different directions. Oh, that's fascinating. Oh, look at the panel there that has the note on it. We finally see that from this. What? The secret garden has all 3 antechamber levers? Because if we point this to the south, what I'm guessing, if the pattern holds, this will cause the south-facing antechamber lever to appear. That would make sense, given that we're pointing this all south. Nope, it's something completely different. What? 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 Oh God. This is a sigil, isn't it? This is a sigil. I recognize the circular border. Not just obviously the border is in the shape of a circle, but you've got the little bubbles, the circles inside that border. Do I remember what they stood for? I'm gonna check the book real quick. I got screenshots of our book that we read, however long ago that was, because it feels like forever ago, because so much has happened today. This day is just insane. White. No, I take it back. It's not white. There are 2 different borders that have circles inside of them. One of them is white, where it has like these small hollow circles or rings. There's another one though that is black. Black has like these interspersed big and small circles. So black is the border. The middle shape is Orinda, right? And then do we know from the dividing lines here, the 3 dividing lines, do we know from, was it fog? Is that what this is supposed to be? But then what did these other shapes stand for? Let me check the screenshot again here. What did I do with it? Go to the correct page here. Those little shapes, metropolitan. The little, it's almost like a Tetris shape. But metropolitan, large city-state with a dense urban and populous center. I mean, this feels like the emblem for Orinda Ares. That's what this feels like. Because I think the sigil in the center, or the core, is that what it was called? The core, we saw the starts with Orin. This shape, O-R-I-N, that can only be Orinda Ares, correct? Okay, I don't know why that's important though, but it makes more sense given what we read earlier down in the precipice. At least a little bit more sense. But why is it here when we do the south-facing? What the fuck? There's 2 levers. There's 2 antechamber levers in the secret garden, and then there's this. Why? Why? So many whys. So many hows, whens, wheres, and whys. So many questions and so many dig spots that I don't think we're going to get a shovel to actually dig up today. Oh well. Lockpick? Not this time. We'll use a regular key, I think. I think. Because there's keys spread all around the house. We're going to pick up at least 1 or 2 more keys. It's fine to use a key here. Dude, that's fucking showroom. That's a showroom. It's a little late to use the showroom, isn't it? Because the showroom stuff is, while it is expensive items, let me remind myself what we had at the showroom last time. I don't think at this point we can really utilize because we're so late in the draft. We're just not going to get any sort of value out of those expensive items, are we? The showroom had an emerald bracelet. You do not have to pay the gem cost of floor plans. Yeah, that's master key, opens all normal doors. Yeah, I mean, opens all normal doors. It probably doesn't count as the sanctum key. The sanctum doors don't count as normal doors, I don't think. And also the locker room doors wouldn't count either. But I wouldn't want to spend 80 gold to open all the locker room doors when I've done that once before. We had the chronograph, which again, you're more likely to draw tomorrow rooms while drafting. We're almost out of rooms to draft. It's just, I want to, the ornate compass as well is really cool. Like, these are all really cool things that we got in the showroom the first time around, and maybe there's even cooler things that have yet to appear. It's just too late in our draft to take advantage of any of them. So we could re-roll here, right? This is one of our spots where we would like to get a tomorrow room. And I think it makes sense to redraw here because, once again, the solarium and the utility closet we're just not getting any value out of. There could theoretically be a shovel in the solarium, maybe. But even that, like, we're just... What are we getting from dig sites at this point? Keys that we're running out of rooms to spend those keys on. I think this is worth a redraw. We try to go for a tomorrow room. Because we got to spend these dice at some point. There's a tomorrow room. There's a sauna. We get 90 steps to start the day, folks. 90 fucking steps. It's never the greenhouse here, right? It's either the sauna or I guess the observatory sort of counts as a tomorrow room. But I think it's just the sauna here. It's another dead end as well for our tomb. And we get to explore the sauna, which I don't think I've done. Have I ever actually explored the sauna? Let's explore it. We've got steps. There's even a key here. What the fuck? Metal detector. Go. So is there actually nothing here? Maybe we did explore this before. I thought I could have sworn there was like a note that I could see in here before, but maybe it was just these towels and I got confused. There does not appear to be anything here to find. Okay. All right. So the sauna is here. We know that there's an interaction between the sauna and the freezer. If they're like near each other some. No, if you step in the sauna after having stepped in the freezer. Excuse me, after having stepped in the freezer. So this is another addition to our dead end. We should have more than enough coins now to buy the stuff at the gift shop. I'm telling you, man, when a draft comes together, talk about the stars aligning in the most, just like if I were playing Hearthstone, this would be a 12-0 draft. Maybe not a 12-0 draft, but sorry, we spread fruit around the house. So we're looking for fruit and we're looking for keys because I think what we do now is we head to the reservoir. We'll worry about maybe filling up the reservoir at some point, but the first order of business here is make it to the reservoir and use our keys to open some trunks. But yeah, the only thing, it's not quite a perfect draft because a perfect draft would have filled up this room in the lower right, and we might have a chance at actually going a full 45. That's the only little fly in the ointment here on an otherwise just unbelievable draft that I'm so looking for. It's still got legs as well, right? There's still, who knows what we're going to discover in the underground, but we're going to pick up as many, because we might have two Sanctum keys here. Let's check the inventory while we're here in the check the inventory in the security room just to see if there are... We've got 2 trunks in the pool as well. What the junk is this draft? There are 45 coins in the tomb, which is actually less than I thought. I guess, we should still get... We need 110 coins to buy the plushie. So we're still a few coins short. Hopefully, we're going to probably need to acquire those by... I guess I had counted on getting more I guess I was counting on getting, like, the... What am I thinking? The metal detector, and also there's 2 more dead ends possibly that we can get, right? 2 more dead ends that we could get from the pump room and the gymnasium. We should still be more than fine on that front, because, like, we're going to have, in the worst case scenario, we're going to have 40 steps after drafting through the pump room using that final key card door, and we would have more than enough steps at that point to go back to the tomb one more time. So we don't even have to go to the tomb yet to pick up our coins, which I was thinking of doing. We're going to be fine. I'm always overthinking these things to death and thinking way too far ahead, but don't worry about it. I'm just going to pick up the fruit as I'm going here, because this is going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. Just don't freaking worry about it. Check all your rooms for spread keys. I guess there was only 1 more key to pick up from the inventory. So the only thing we're worrying about here is the fruit that we're picking up. And then we're just heading out to... There it is. There's that 1 last key. We got 7 keys, more than enough to open. Even if the trunks reset, we'll have more than enough. So I think this is the point at which we go and do all the things outside. That is what we do. And where we start, there's like 3 different things to do. But where we start is this door that we opened over here. We're using these power lines. The laboratory opening this Blackbridge Grotto. I thought that this was going to open from I thought we were going to get to this door through that elevator that comes up from the basement. Is this not that? Is this something completely different? Is this, in fact, just its own room? Look at this, the Blackbridge Grotto. What? Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, no. But of course, there are notes and intel to be found in this room. Look at this. Oh my god. It's like I'm in the architect's room in the Matrix. What is going on here? What? There's only 1 of these lit up. What are these? What are these? Why is 1 lit up but not the others? There's a terminal here as well. Should I press this button? What is going on, guys? This game is insane. Let's see if we can access the terminal. Blackbridge. Oh, you need an admin key? Blackbridge Network Administrator Controls. Shit. An admin key. It's not going to be Swan Song. Nope. It is admin. It is oops, okay. Password. Shit. What was that code on the wall? What was the code over here? Another new music track as well, which is great. Yeah, 1100. That's got to be it. Obviously. Oop, that's not a terminal. We need a login. We need an admin login. 1100. Easy. 1128. Yeah, we're gonna need some additional intel, it looks like, to be able to log into this terminal. Okay, let's press the button. I don't think it's gonna do anything. It's not a button to press. What? It's a small data microchip. Looks like it might be able to be plugged in somewhere. What? Yeah, like right here. Except I can also take it out. Huh? There's 2 more of these things to find? Are you kidding me? Maybe that's what's behind the Sanctum doors. Microchips. I don't know why I would take this out. Because, you know, if I take it out and then it's on my person when the day ends, doesn't it just go away? That's not a terminal I can interact with. We got to light up 3 of these things to get this door open, don't we? What the fuck? Okay. Well, you know what we do. You know what time it is. It is screenshot time. A small data microchip. Could it be plugged in anywhere else? I'm gonna leave it here because I don't want to like drop that when we call it a day, and then that's lost to the ether. It probably doesn't work that way, but just in case. And then what the hell does this mean? No clue. No freaking idea what that means. Need a password? Dude, this game's gonna just go forever. I'm never gonna stop playing this game because there's just too much to do. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I would imagine that the gate's not gonna be open over here. There's no reason to check the gemstone cavern or anything in that direction, so we can stay on the private drive. Not that we have to worry about steps that much because we have basically infinite steps at this point. We're going to have infinite steps tomorrow as well. 90 steps. What the fuck? We're not going to the tomb yet. Let's go. We don't need to ride the wonkavator back down. That's it's hilarious that they made it. They made it look so much. It's so reminiscent of the witness elevator. That has to be on purpose, right? But okay. Yep, here we go. That's right, because we have a key card. We have a key card. And we have a basement key. So we get to do the thing that we wanted to do before, but we were denied. We at least got an upgrade disc from this room. Wait, that door's just open? Wait. The door is just open? What? I'm such a dingus. Well, I don't think I'm such a dingus. I feel like that's not unreasonable to think that that door would stay. Maybe I never, ever went back down to the bottom of the fountain to see if that first basement key door was unlocked. But I just assumed, and we all know what happens when you do that. I just assumed, guys, that that was going to work that way. Did it just eat my keycard? It did not eat my keycard. Okay. I was worried for a second and it looked like it ate my keycard there. Like, give me my keycard back, bro. Wait, what? Hello? What? What's going on here? What? What? Huh? I did the thing. I put in the key card. Why elevator not work? I guess maybe if I'd have thought about this a little bit, there really is no elevator here, is there? What? But, huh? Is this one of these where I like have to close the door behind me? A la Mist? What? I'm so disappointed right now. Hello? I mean, I guess there's just no elevator. What? Can I power hammer any of these boxes? Can I break any of these boxes? Well, confusion. All that work, which apparently I didn't have to go through all that work because this door was just open. But all that work for nothing? Is there something else we have to do somewhere to make an elevator work here? Is this just a complete red herring? It's just, oh, I'm going to put a button on the wall here and make you come use your keycard. What? Oh, okay. Yay. Moving right along because we must. My confusion being at an all-time high. I see the trunks are open. Yes. Those trunks are permanently unlocked. Yes, 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 yes. Beautiful. Do we even want to open them all, though? Do I even care? Do I even care? Because there's really nothing in them, right? The green note, let's look at we can look at all the notes again. There's 2 green notes that we've opened. And they are pretty clearly indicating that there's only the one, it's just a Sanctum key. And it's in a black box, right? The Sanctum key is in a black box. There was one other green note, which I guess we didn't get from a black box, but it says only one box in the reservoir has a prize. So I mean, we don't have any information to suggest that the green notes that are not in the servants' quarters, though any other green notes are not lies, correct? So we just keep opening the black boxes. Red note in this one. More than 2 boxes contain prizes. Lie. Cirrus, get out of here with your shit. There it is. In case you were in doubt, this is for later, right? This is for like, if you pick up this Sanctum key, which I guess is a one-time pickup. Because here it says this box contained a Sanctum key. Wow. So we now have 2 Sanctum keys on the same day. What the fuck? But they can just appear in the music room. They can just appear there in the music room. So is there any reason to open any of these others? We don't really need to open the locker room. We just need to have enough keys to make sure that we draft the rest of the rooms in the house. That's all. We've got a lockpick kit. So we just basically need, like, what? Probably 2 keys, 3 at most. Not even that. Not even that. Probably 2 keys at most. So we could afford to use 3 of our keys here if we wanted to, right? Maybe we'll do that on our way back. Because now, don't we go to the Sanctum and we use the keys? Because otherwise these are going to waste. Right? We got to see what's behind those doors. The only question is, there's 8 Sanctum key doors. Can you make a mistake opening the wrong ones? Or is it just, I mean, if a Sanctum key can appear in the goddamn music room, this has got to be just something that eventually you're going to open them all. That has to be the way this works. We might need to rotate this because we did rotate this to change directions for that room that was behind the boiler room HPC power thing. So we do need to move this so that it connects back to the Professor X tunnel. And there we go. There we're set up for... There we are set up correctly. We did not move this minecart, which I think is correct. I don't think... Who knows? Maybe we'll want to change the minecart at some point, because now this does connect to the catacombs. It would be nice if we could just get this minecart out of the way altogether, but I don't think that's something we can do at the moment. So for now, we're just going to the Inner Sanctum because we have so many steps. And I want to open some Inner Sanctum doors. And I hope my game somehow doesn't, like, crash on me because it's been running forever. This run, I don't know, maybe this run, we've had some pretty long runs. So this run is still not beyond the pale in that department, but it's just that so much has happened today. I can't even hardly wrap my head around the fact that we have squeezed so much out of this draft. But here we are. I think at the very least, we have to open this door that has the Arinda Ares symbol next to it, right? We have to at least do that. And maybe we just go down the line and we just open them all in order. This one here with the pentagon, this would be associated with Fen Ares. And then there's some other shapes that we don't really know how important they are. I guess we did see the orange, I called it the orange wedge, the orange slice, on one of our stamps before, which now we have a stamp collection. And I screenshotted the stamp collection. Which one had the orange slice on it? It looks like it was the ship Morajai. Oh yeah, and I guess one of the stamps also did have... Which one was it? There was this the kind of hourglass symbol that we saw on, what was it called? Araja Arce? So maybe there is like, if you had accumulated more information at this point, you might be able to put together like, oh yeah, we definitely need to open the orange wedge door before we open the Arinda Ares door. But I don't think I'm at that point. So I think I'm just gonna open this Arinda Ares door and see what we get. And we still have a Sanctum key after if we wanna. This key will permanently open one door in the inner sanctum. Do you wish to use it on this door? I get the feeling that this is going to be something where we can eventually get all of these. Except maybe we wouldn't be able to get one, because now that I think of it, there are 8. And supposedly, we're only going to be able to ever read 7 of the 8 red letters. Does that mean that we're only ever going to be able to open 7 of these 8 doors? Are each of the shapes associated with one of the angels? And one of these is like the angel of death or something? I feel like there's a lot possibly to overthink here, but I'm gonna at least use one of these in a way that's not overthinking, even though it's got this scary confirmation thing here. We're just gonna do this. This is, you know, it's a blind playthrough. You gotta take a leap of faith sometimes. Let's see what we get. You all probably know what's behind this door. Yo, scary tunnel. Oh my god. Whoa. We're still in the inner sanctum. Oh shit. Listen to this dramatic music kicking in. Okay, so there is a panel here that has several... Oh my god, we could rotate this in several different ways. Or do several different types of things. Yep, that's exactly what it's doing. It's changing... Oh, well, okay. We just saw... If we're making a sigil here, this is so crazy that all this has happened on this same day. But why don't we just try to make the sigil that we saw? Oh, we want to make the Arinda Ares sigil, don't we? I screenshotted this though just a moment ago. And I have the screenshot here. I can make the one, this, clearly we want to make this look like what we saw in the secret garden, don't we? I mean, what are the chances? What are the chances? That's what we're doing here. There is a different sigil for each of the core shapes. And now I'm super glad that I picked the Arinda Ares one, because I totally forgot that that's even what we saw in the secret garden. Let's see if we can make, we want the black border. In other words, the alternating those. This is the black border, right? And now we want to look for... Dude, have we not also seen this sigil in... We also saw this in the abandoned mine. When we first got here to the underground and first used the basement key, I think that table also had this same sigil here. Apparently I clicked the keyboard. The keyboard is highlighting these various... I knew that we had like... Oh, there are actually 4 different... I hadn't saw this one here, but there are 4 different things to interact with. Let's see what this one does. Oh, yo, what the fuck? That didn't... What? That, like, reset everything that I did. Oops. Okay, mistakes were made. I didn't realize it would do that. I assumed that we're eventually going to want to press this button when we have the right sigil, correct? Oh, shit. Okay, this is changing way more than I expected. With some of these. What does this one do? That's... Okay, so, wow. So we can change just the border with this one. We can change just the... What were these called? It's so crazy that we read this in that manual just earlier. But whatever these little shapes were called, we want like the Tetris... I think, well... But the thing is, there's so much that changes with this one. When we do this guy, it's like it changes the whole board. So we want to get like the other pieces in place before we try to fine-tune the other shapes and the border. So we want, I think, the 3 dividing lines. We want 3 dividing lines, but not these, because these are like the 3 lines that stand for rain, I think, if I remember correctly, the 3 lines that are like a downpour. But we want fog. Oh, maybe that's what this middle one changes, or middle one, this second one from the top. It does. It changes the type. Okay, let me see what this does here. Like, it's also changing the border, but it most importantly is changing the type of dividing lines. And I think once we have the type of dividing line that we want, which is this one, now we can change this guy, and it keeps the fog dividing lines, but now it's going to put them in the right orientation that we want, hopefully. Eventually, if we keep spinning this one, we should get to... I don't know how many of these... There it is. Now we've got the right dividing lines and the right number. So now we can fine-tune the outside to get to black. This is so hype. This is so freaking hype. And now we should be able to change these. There it is. I think that's the right shape or the right sigil. Bro, look at that. How in the world did this all come into perfect alignment on day 20? Are you serious? There's a more Jai box there. And this is the room with the black flag. I see the black flags here on the side. Or Arinda Ares. Look at this. What am I taking in now? There is a note here. But we see Arinda, the angel with the crown. We also see... Have we seen these figures before? Are they holding out the bowl for the tithe in the chapel? And then this picture here. Now this one is not depicting Arinda. It's depicting the chimney sweep angel, and there's a set of train tracks. So where is this? Perhaps the note will reveal exactly what that is. Screenshots. And then we read. Black Bridge Hotel and Spa. 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order? What route? And where to start? Questions like these are the ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I've departed, forsaking both map and plan, and as it happens, the road has taken me south. It seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, and a story I feel closely connected to. Herbert. Now the stamp here says Fen Ares, but I think that's because he's from Fen Ares. And look at this, there's this stamp, Arinda Ares. The queen on the stamp. I wonder if we are adding it to our stamp collection, or do we actually need the magnifying glass? Shit. That would be something. I don't know how we would get our hands on a magnifying glass at this point. We've already drafted the commissary and it wasn't there. So I don't know if we're going to get a magnifying glass today. There might be something to see here, though. No, never mind. It's just the overlapping Mount Holly estate. I thought at first that this Fen Ares text was like scribbled out or something, but it's just where Mount Holly estate is written. In care of Ann Babbage, Reddington, Fen Ares, 63080. I hope one of these zip codes. Don't make one of these zip codes a code to a safe or something like that. Please don't do that to me. Okay, screenshot. Not sure if there's any 8 realms in 8 months. Is this game, don't tell me of course, but is this game so freaking, is this gonna get so freaking crazy and massive that we're actually gonna be visiting other realms over the course of 8 months? How insane is this game gonna get? What? Okay, well this is certainly, now this makes me wonder, well let's get our, what I presume to be an allowance token. Also a little bit more here on the Morajai box. The Arinda Ares variation, due to the overwhelming amount of artifacts bearing the Arinda Ares sigil that were destroyed after the war, Morajai puzzle boxes featuring the infamous black symbol are among the rarest and most valuable collectors can acquire. When black tiles are pressed, the entire row shifts to the right, as if on train rails. I think we've had experience with, there was one Morajai box that had black symbols on it before, wasn't there? Was that in the master bedroom? Now, because this is Morajai, we now are starting to understand these different symbols. Oh man, I kind of almost want to go back to my footage now and see, because I don't know if I screenshotted each of these boxes, but I might. They all have different core shapes, don't they? There's been like a different Morajai box for each of the realms. Is there any significance beyond that fact? I don't know. I don't know. Can we interact with the green? Looks like the green ones cannot be... There's nothing that can be done with the green in this case. What we want then... It shifts the entire row. So, like, nothing... Yeah, we need to get black to the corner. 4 blacks need to be in the corner, not green. Green does nothing for us here. And doesn't seem to have any effect on the board either. It doesn't activate the corners, doesn't change the order of the shapes. The yellow should bubble upward, like it normally does. So then it's a matter of how do we arrange... I guess it would kind of make sense if you did something... How do you get... You need to get 2 black shapes. You need to get 2 black squares onto the bottom row. How do you do that? You need to be able to... The yellow? Let's reset. How in the world... Oh, the greens do have an effect. I don't know if we had a puzzle box with green before, but they actually swap places. That's what they do, don't they? They swap places with the opposite side. Okay, we can do this then. This shouldn't be that bad. We should be able to do this, and then you can just do this. And then you can do what? You can switch. Maybe I prematurely put the black squares here. I'm not sure yet, but we could do, we could actually do this and then put this over here. And now maybe I was premature about that. Let's reset this. Let's actually reset here. Let me see if I can figure this out. If greens swap places with their opposite, then and the yellow bubbles up, we want to get yellow to where it is. We maybe just bubble it up to the top, and then we do this in order to bring yellow back down, and then we bubble it again. And now we can bubble it like this, and we can swap. Actually, we might do like... Well, but I don't really want to bubble any more black squares to the bottom. I just kind of want to leave those where they're at. But maybe if I bubble the black squares to the bottom, I can just swap them with green. That might be the way to go here. Swap everything with green. If I go like this, so I could go like this, and then if I have a green square in the middle, I'm not sure what that does. But I think actually I do it like this. I bring a black square here, and I bring a green square here so I can swap it. There we go. Now we should have this. Good. Just needed to get my brain at the end of a run is a little bit low on brain power. But hey, there's another allowance token. 24. 24 allowance, 12 stars. That stars count is going to be jumping up to 14, hopefully here, once we end our day in a planetarium for once. But yeah, okay. So I think we now understand what each of these inner sanctum doors has in store for us. There is going to be a puzzle to solve. There's going to be a puzzle to solve, and so we chose very wisely in the case of Arinda Ares, even though it wasn't, I didn't quite know why we were doing it, but we had already figured out the sigil. We knew what sigil how to solve it, how to line things up. I can only guess that there's going to be another one of these for every single one of the realms. And what we need to figure out, maybe from those broken pottery pieces, maybe we can figure out what sigil goes with these other shapes. Let me take a look at my notes and see if I can figure that out. The first broken pottery piece we saw was in the clock tower. I can't necessarily see a ton from this screenshot here. Can I blow this up even more? Because I can see the broken pottery piece that was in the clock tower has the it has like the little flower symbol, but I don't see the core. So I don't exactly know which one of these shapes goes with it. I don't know what the centerpiece shape is. Do we know the one for Fen Ares, though? I think we do, don't we? Now that I think of it, of course, we have from the book itself that we just read earlier in the Precipice that told us all about the sigils. That book itself, and not to mention the passports that are in the vault, we can see that it's got like the little Mount Holly shapes are the, what are these called? Let me remind myself here. The moats. It's got the Mount Holly moats, which stand for martial, aka military, and then it's got 4 of the fog dividing lines, and then it has, I think we can do the Fen Ares. I've got the screenshot here. We can do this one, right? So this is where we spend our 2 Sanctum keys. Boom. I think this is it. I think this makes sense. If it has what I think it has, and that's what it looks like it has, I think we can do this. And we'll have, hopefully, another allowance token? We'll find out here momentarily. Let's see if this works the same way as before. We want to get the right type of dividing line first. No, that changes the number of dividing lines. We want to change the type with this. There it is. I think we want 4, actually. We kind of just lucked into it. Now we want to change this symbol to mountains, aka martial. There it is. And then the outside goes to red. It's like not that, I think that's green, but there should be one that has like wavy lines. Not triangular lines, not, there you go. Yeah, like sinusoid lines. I think this is it. I think this is the Fen Ares one, isn't it? Boom. Okay, guys, we are putting it together here. We are figuring some shit out, and there is the red. The red of Fen Ares. Ooh, that's an awesome looking building. Look at that. That is beautiful. Take a screenshot of that for sure. And then what do we got down here? We've got the cannons. There it is. I mean, it's a country of war and military supremacy. So of course the cannons would feature prominently. The Royal Museum of the Grand City of Fen. I'm actually writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home. I suppose I should put forth the extra effort and drop it in the mail for consistency, but I'm tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as it will just wind up here once again to join the other 7, which I'm pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk, safe as can be. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons learned along the way, and as I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others. Air travel is much better than sea travel. Have I ever actually traveled by sea to get somewhere, like on a cruise liner? I don't think I have. I've been on, like, you know, boats going around a lake or something like that, but never on a seafaring vessel. And so I can only imagine that the air travel would be preferable. Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mount Holly Estate, Reddington, Fen Ares. P.S. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. So is this a reference to that note talking about like the barons? I'm gonna have to look at that book list again, but I think there were the 5 books that were in the office. Remind Anne to replace those. This is cool. This game is amazing. And sure enough, there's another more Jai box. Let me just, oh, I forgot to take a screenshot of this over here. Let me do that before I forget. Screenshot of the note. Screenshot all the things. I'm not sure that there is crucial intelligence on these, but you never know. More Jai box Phaneres variation. At the end of the War of the 5th Era, after the Grand Realm of Phaneres was established, more Jai boxes of the realm were graced with red tiles in honor of General Teskin's victory. When these tiles are pressed, all black tiles on the box turn red in triumphant victory, while all white tiles on the box turn black, serving as the outclassed and struggling reinforcements of the dwindling Desolate's army. Dude, that's so cool how they're mixing in the actual history, or at least the history as perceived by the winners. The Phaneres Red Curtain winners is being instilled, that version of history instilled in the Mora Jai box. Do we know what orange does? Don't know what orange does yet. So far, it doesn't look like anything. And the white tiles, oh, that was a white tile. Apparently these are gray. I thought they were all white, but this is a white tile that just turns gray when you click it. Okay, so we said that red makes the black tiles turn red and the white tiles turn black, correct? So that means, okay, so right now we only have 3 reds. So what is orange? Oh, so when orange is next to enough reds, it changes color. It didn't do it when it was next to 1 red, but then when it was next to 2 reds, that was enough for it to switch allegiance. Okay. So with that information, how do we make this work? We kind of need to move these greens. Right now, these greens are just swapping places with themselves. And how do we get this? Oh, but the black, that's right. Black tiles move the whole row. We can move the whole row using the black tiles, which is probably what we need to do first. And then that white tile becomes our next black tile. So then it probably makes sense that we want to swap places with, probably want, how do we do this? Somehow we need to get one of these orange pieces to move vertically, because we need one of those to turn into red, but then be in the corner. Does an orange piece turn into green if it's surrounded by 2 green? It's a majority decides. That's what it is. Okay, now we can do this, right? Now we get to, we can, shit, we still need to move one of these up or down. That doesn't quite solve my problem. I mean, I guess we should see what happens when we just have a whole bunch of reds on the board, because otherwise I'm having trouble figuring out exactly how this is supposed to work. Like, maybe there's just something that happens magically. But I don't think, like, if I switch these to red and then I swap, it goes away. Like, I still have all these reds on this middle row that need to get to the corners that can't do it. I've got to do work before I do all this transformation. And there's like a critical step that I'm missing. Oh, I'm a dingus. I needed to experiment around a little bit more. Okay. White displaces itself. It transforms gray squares into other white squares. That's the solution. Duh. Is it an easy solve now? Because now these turn into black, and you can flip one of these here, and then you should be able to do this. I mean, maybe I still have the same problem because I didn't quite, let's see if I can, let me reset this one more time. I think what we do is we need to get white in a circumstance where there's gray next to it. in order so it can duplicate. So we need something like, I don't necessarily want it on the top row, but I want it to have something like this, because now it would change any gray square next to it to white. So do I want to get a gray square? Well, now I would want to get a white. The orange needs to turn into white. That's what it is, isn't it? We need orange to turn into white. So I need actually both gray squares up here. Let's see if I can do this correctly. So I need this, and now I need this, and I need this. So, okay, this is kind of what we had before, but let's say we turn both of these white, but now we want to displace this so that one of these squares, now it turns to match. Okay, so now we have 3 whites, and now we should be able to do this because these are all going to become black, right? Like, this should just solve itself. Do I need to do any other work to make this happen the way I want before I switch these to black? I don't think so, because them being black is actually good for me, because now I can change this. This should work out if I can just swap this here. Well, I still have one more. Do I turn this black? Maybe that's what I do. I turn this black, and that lets me maneuver. Am I still not there? Do I still need a green? I feel like I'm so close to getting this now. But I still need, like, this red on the bottom row, I think. So I think I need to do... or a black on the bottom row, one or the other. Man, this is so annoying. I'm sure this is so much simpler than it is. So much simpler than I'm making it out to be, because I'm just so deep into a run and I have no more brain power left. If I swap, if I do this swap again where I turn this square white, maybe the thing that I need to do, I could turn this square white, and then can I get this? Can I somehow, oh, that's what I need to do, right? That's how I displace it. That's how I displace it. This, I press this square. No, it turns that, no. Okay, shit, I didn't realize that a white next to another white deactivates itself. Hold on. I might have, fuck, I think I need to reset. I know how to get there. I know how to get there now. We do this, but smart. We do it again, but smart. We do this, and then we do, not that. We do this, and now we do this, and now I want to swap down. I want to swap this guy. I could probably do this 2 different ways, but this is how we're going to do it. We get once again the gray square here, but now I switch around. I want to switch around. Crap. I need to get, god damn it, I need to get the black square up to the top now so I can maneuver. Fuck. Why is this? Oh, I'm gonna kill myself from this one freaking Morajai box that I just can't quite seem to get. What the fuck? This is the worst, I say. This is the worst. Go like this. Okay. Now, can I bring this? Okay, now I think I have it. I think now this moves this square there. Okay. Okay. Now, does this just work? Does this just work? Because now we can swap. It's not, we just need to have, we have a little more work to do. Let me think if oh, can I get this? Can I get this? Okay, maybe I do it like this. Maybe I do this. And this. It's gotta work now, right? It's gotta work now, for fuck's sake. It has to work for, oh my god, this took me like, I don't know. It didn't take me like an hour, but man, that was way too long. That was way too long. Oh man, this is just, oh. I'm so happy. This run has just been the best run ever. But also that Morajai box literally killed me. That was where Akinar did the old rip. We saw it earlier in the Geist room. D-I-E, die. That's what just happened. So, okay. Our allowance is up to 26, folks. We've actually used both of those Sanctum keys and managed to get an allowance token out of each of them. Crazy. Oh, and look at this. We've added the two shapes. The Orinda Ares and the Fen Ares shapes or cores have been added down here. So this is another permanent collectible that's going to be added to this screen. What the junk? This game. Okay. All right. Let's go open the other trunks that we can open. We're going to spend 3 of our keys here to open the trunks at the bottom of the reservoir. I don't think there should be anything else in these trunks except some maybe red and green memos, but we might as well just take a look. Like maybe there's some world where we managed to do shenanigans with the pump room and finagle this boat to actually get into this tunnel, and there's keys in there or locks that we would want to spend to open the keys. I don't think we're opening the stuff back in the locker room. Let's just open these. This is the only thing that my poor little dead brain can think to actually open at this point. We'll do the last black box just to see. There's another blue note here. The pink boxes do not contain any prizes. I mean, based on what we know, there's only one prize to be had at all, but I guess that's good. If you had opened that box, you would have a little bit of information to kind of nail things down a little bit more concretely. Oh, there's actually 2 more. This is perfect. Let's just open the other 2 black boxes then. We'll spend our 2 keys on those and see what we get. The Sanctum key is in a blue box. Lies from Cirrus. And then one last one here. And hopefully we never oh, that was weird. Hopefully we never have to screw with this again. Whoa, the Sanctum key is not in a box. It is buried. That's a green note. Whoa. Is there another Sanctum key down here that's actually buried? Oh no. We did find one though that was in a box. So this is a lie. Isn't it? Question mark. Huh. We'll obviously take the additional screenshots here though. And there's nothing else to do but go back inside and draft the other doors. We're hoping to get those last 2 dead ends and get all the coins that we need to fully buy the plushie. And then we'll see what we do with the pump room. Because maybe there's even more to do in the reservoir. I'm not sure I can make it. This draft, like I said, it's going to take all day. It's going to take forever. But it's the best draft ever. I don't want it to end. Suppose we don't need them, but we might as well save the steps by going around because the garage is open. So there you go. The min-maxing optimization out the wazoo. Beautiful. What a day. And then we go to, I think we do the gym first. We do the gym first, and that sets our steps to 40, and then we try to draft that as far as we can go. It's like, do I even eat this apple because I'm about to set my steps to 40? Do I eat this apple? I don't even care anymore because I'm about to set my steps to 40. Guys, I can even set foot in the antechamber again and do like a little dance around the antechamber. I forgot to open the Rogue Moon door, by the way, but like I'm not stepping in there. We're so preoccupied with other stuff that, you know, we got our priorities straight, you know? Okay. Clock tower. Perfect. Because we hope to get one more tomorrow room. We've got the planetarium. We've got the break room. This is gonna, and the sauna. We're gonna be on another good footing to start tomorrow. In addition to our 90 steps. Are you freaking kidding me? That's the easiest clock tower of my life. And then, is there any reason to go in the clock tower? We might as well. Just to see what we get. Just to see, are we gonna get that stopwatch again? Oh, we might also get to re-examine things. Because now there's, I don't know, shapes up here that might make more sense. Do we see a sigil anywhere? Oh, and I forgot the artwork. Dude, this is perfect. This is room 9-4. This is the artwork. I think this is wheat and heat. I'll take a screenshot, but I'm going to make note of it right now. I'm pretty sure this is wheat and heat. This is the last one. We're not going to take any time. This episode's gone way too long. We're not taking the time today to try to figure out the word pairings and what those missing letters might potentially spell. But maybe we'll do that next episode. We'll see. That sure feels like wheat and heat, and I don't think we've used that before, right? We've used wheat in other ways, like grain, but there we go. We do get some additional coins as well, but there's actually no item here. We don't get that silver stopwatch or the compass. So then the question is, can we tell anything? We can't pick up this pottery or sigil fragment. I presume it's a sigil fragment, but maybe it's not. I can't take a closer look at it with the magnifying glass, and it doesn't tell me enough about the sigil to know exactly what's going on with it. I don't think that this poem makes any more sense, especially not with my brain in the state it is. Maybe it has something to do with the additional stuff that we did with the secret garden. Dark are the days coming forth. But that's with the Arinda Ares core. So I don't know. I don't know what that note is supposed to mean. For now, I think we're just going to have to... we're just going to have to say, all right, bank whatever information is there. Maybe that fragment of that sigil makes sense at some point. We still don't know what exactly the freaking sacred hour is supposed to do. 1:30? That's supposed to be a thing at some point, right? Oh, we're actually connected directly to... I didn't realize we were this closely connected to the stinking pump room. I went too far. But that's okay, because I have so many steps that I don't know what to do with them. The pump room, yeah. The pump room. We're hoping to just get another tomorrow room right here and now. I wouldn't mind that, but... one way or the other, we're going to be using... I mean, okay. The code check. The code check. Wow. I mean, perfect. Sure, right? And we code check the power hammer. Maybe. Do we get the code check here? Is it worth code checking a power hammer? Because now we have broken down... I think we take it just for the synergy with the clock tower, if nothing else. And then we can decide what we put in the code check, if anything. Because I could see a world where we put the compass in there. If we don't need the power hammer anymore, we still want to try to break whatever walls we might be able to in the tomb. And we're going to go there now that we have both dead ends that procced the additional gold that we were looking for. That should get us up to 110 gold to buy the plushie. Is there anything else that I would possibly want to try to, like, take the spare bedroom now and re-roll, you know, try to get a different tomorrow room to show up, whether it's this room or the next room, using all my dice or spare bedroom / re-rolls. I think this is just as good as it gets. We just didn't have to spend our last re-rolls. We take the code check here, and then I can labor over this last decision of what to actually check, if anything. But let's do it. We get another proc on our experiment. And hey, we get to open every locked door in the house. Oh. I kind of want to do that anyways, just to say we did. But if nothing else, I think this is where we lower or we raise the reservoir. This is where we want to raise the reservoir, so we can see if we can do something with the boat. That's right. And of course, we have the tomb connects to now through the catacombs. It connects to the room where it's the other side of the reservoir where the boat is. So I just need to figure out, give me a moment here to do all the stuff with the pump control to actually get this water filled back up. Now, one thing I am curious to do is I want to check what's in the trunks in the pool, because maybe there's an item in there we would want to code check, and it's only a couple steps away, so we might as... The only thing is it's going to fill up the reservoir a little bit too full, and I don't... Let's do that first, but I think I might have to, like, re-drain it and then, you know, put in just the water from, like, the aquarium and the kitchen, maybe, to get it to exactly 13. But let's at least drain the pool first and see what those trunks have. Oh, actually, we might be able to do this perfectly. We might actually be able to get this exactly right. The only problem is, does the pool have to be fully drained in order to do this? And do I want to spend the extra steps to find out? I think maybe I do. Like, it should be totally fine. We should be amazingly fine on steps. So I think I can afford to go out here to the pool and just check to see if it's something. Because right now the reservoir is at... Oh, never mind. I'm a dingus. Oh, never mind. What am I thinking? Oh, no, it just goes... That's right. I just need to switch. That's right. I need to do the last step here to go from the reservoir, from this tank to the reservoir. So the reservoir at this point is exactly where it needs to be. Oh, I can do both things. I actually could do both things. I'm glad I did this the way I did it, because I can actually afford to do that last drainage on the pool. And now I don't have to send that over to the reservoir because it's... That's right. It's going to be in this tank here. So this is perfect. So now we go to the pool, and then that's on the way back to the reservoir. Now the reservoir is theoretically where we should be able to pilot a boat. And maybe my harebrained scheme was right this whole time. Or my harebrained idea from the get-go. Oh, there are no coins like there were before. The trunks have replaced the coins at the bottom of the pool. Okay. All right, well, there we go. We get some coins anyways on top of all this, so we're going to have more than enough coins to be able to purchase what's in the gift shop. Okay. All right, dice and coins. That's not bad. That is not bad. We're not going to utilize all those, obviously, this run. But hey, we know what's there, or get an idea of what's there for the future. And now we head to the tomb. And we'll see where exactly all this gold that we've spread to the tomb has been stashed. Oh, and we can also check and see. We never did get a shovel for all these dig sites. But can we actually... We still have the power hammer, right? I did not check that. So, could we break any of these? Where were the sus walls that I saw before? There's no way we would want to break the tomb, right? That would be sacrilegious almost. But are there any spots here? Who knows? Maybe Herbert is not actually dead. Maybe that's the surprise plot twist. Haha! I was never actually dead in the first place. It was all just an elaborate test. Where were those spots, though, that look like they could be... sus walls? And also, where are my coins? That is the most important question. Where are my coins at? Wasn't this a spot back here that looked like sus wall? No. Okay, at least not one that's breakable with a power hammer. Like these are not really brick walls, are they? They're more like stone walls. Is this all the coins right here? Hopefully they're all just on one table. Hopefully this is all of it. And this puts us at 110. It's basically a vault, guys. We didn't need to draft the vault. The vault's right here. Oh boy, yep, that is easily getting us to 110. Let's go. Okay. So, was there one other... Still don't know if these candles have any significance. But was there one other spot that looked like it could be a sus wall? This one here? It's not lighting up for the power hammer, so... Okay. So, do we even need to check the power hammer? Are we completely done with it? I think the answer might be yes. I don't know that we want to check it. I might end up checking the compass, or maybe nothing at all. Okay, but we're going down to the catacombs. Now we check... If we can ride a boat, this is gonna be... I would not have expected it, guys. It just doesn't feel like that kind of a game. It don't feel like it. We can check in here. This room is the other place where we saw... Yeah, that's the sigil. Doesn't really show the border super clearly, if at all. It actually doesn't show the border at all. Unless... Are the candles supposed to signify the circles in the border? Okay. We got that part figured out. Regardless. So now... Oh my god. We can actually ride the boat. Holy crap. I don't know where we're getting an ore from, but that's just apparently that's happening. Okay, cool. Yay, it's a small world after all. It's, oh my goodness. Okay, now, yeah, I think this is what we want. Because at this point now we're over on the other side. We're back to the other side that we were just at earlier. And now we want to lower it down to level 6, don't we? Isn't that the next objective here? Level 6 should be the entry level. Are we going to get to do it all? Are we going to get to do all the things today? Holy shit. So we have to go back to the pump room, right? We have to make it back to the pump room to change the water level one more time. We're at 29 steps. We might be able to make it back down here. I have not done the math. My brain, I don't think, is capable of doing that math at this point. So we're just going to take what I think is the shortest distance possible between those 2 points. And that also is going to involve going out of the garage, right? Because I do think the garage is significantly fewer steps to get to the pump room. Sure seems like it. And you know what we get to do along the way as well? The other thing, which we haven't done in a while. Ah, okay, we might have a decision to make. We're gonna make a wish here. That I don't run out of brain power. But there may be a slight decision. One last min-max might be, do we call it a day in the planetarium, or do we go... I mean, this is really not a decision. We go ride a boat, don't we? If we get a chance to ride a boat through a tunnel... I almost made a mistake. We need to go through the garage. Now we want to eat some fruit. That would be one reason to go back through the... Oh, but we ate the fruit already through the entrance hall, didn't we? We also need to buy the thing at the gift shop. So that's what we're doing right now. We're making sure that we sink our gold at the gift shop. I'm hoping we can get this across the finish line. I just want to... I can't help it, guys. I have to squeeze every last drop of value out of a draft. It has to be done. But we have to go to the gift shop one way or the other. So that happens no matter what. I wish my metal detector would, you know, pick up any fruit lying around. Because now I'm a little bit hoping that I can get some fruit somewhere. To, there's not going to be any fruit in the locksmith. I'm hoping... Are you kidding me? We can actually afford... We did not buy the Mount Holly tea yet. We didn't... Okay. Why did my brain just block this out? Guys, we get to do everything. How perfect is this? Swimbird plushie, get. And Mount Holly tea, get. I don't even know what that does. It just looks nice. It doesn't feel like it does anything. But hey, okay. We gotta buy all the things, and we had 10 gold to spare, so... Okay. Sure. We gotta go try to ride the boat. If we don't make it... We might still make it back to the planetarium. Because the planetarium is right by the entrance hall. This might still be doable. But one way or the other, we have to try to see if we can ride this boat. There's no way we're not trying this. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. It may never happen again. We have to do this. So, give me another moment to readjust the water levels. I might as well just leave it there. I don't see a reason to take the water from this tank and put it in the pool. So let's just leave that there. And that's the correct level. That's 6. And now we go back out. Now the question is it actually accessible? It is. I thought that this has to be the way it works, right? That the boat is just at the right level. The way that these stairs, that makes total sense, right? You got to get it to 13 first, bring the boat across, bring it down to 6. We're going for a boat ride in a tunnel? I can't believe this, by the way. This is just too much stuff to happen in one day. This should not be allowed. I'm sure we've certainly broken several Fen Ares laws, regulations, codes of conduct as we go down the new soundtrack, making our way through the tunnel of love, mystery. This is nuts. This is so nuts. I love this game. Blueprints is the best. There's another door here. Doorway. This is such a dramatic pacing to this boat ride. You're like, get me off of this boat so I can get to this door. I want to know what it is. I want to know. Oh, we can walk. Okay, we can walk. We're still in the reservoir. I presume we're going to be changed. This is why we save steps, because who knows what rooms we're going to be going through here. Safe house. We've made it to the safe house. I see a sign immediately on the wall over here. We seek what's in the shade of truth. Oh my God, there's a gun. And there's... Oh my God, are these the plans to steal the ruby crown? Whoa. I don't know that I'm going to be able to necessarily absorb everything that's here. This is in-fucking-sane. I'm going to try to... I'm just going to take as many screenshots as possible, but I'm so freaking exhausted. I'm not going to be able to absorb any of this right now. We might lead off next episode trying to take a closer look at some of this. Just to quickly scan over, though. Decoy car. Manning? Was that the publisher? White Pharaoh Marigold? There's our mom involved in this. Getaway car. Decoy car. Actual getaway car at 1:36. Oh, is that the sacred hour? 1:30 was maybe the exact time that they were stealing the jewels. You've got somebody positioned over here at 124, forced entry 124. This is nuts. I want to read all of this. Just can't do it right now. Later. Fortunately, we can't pick up the gun. It's not like the stick of dynamite out in the trading post that is too dangerous to pick up. There's another Sanctum key here. Are you kidding me? This is going to go away, isn't it? This is going to go away, so this is going to have to be something for later. Can we read this? Is this 2 pages? We can read this. It has now been 6 months. 6 months of living in this air-choked cavern of boredom and dread. She was down here for 6 months. 6 months since we said our silent goodbyes to our families. 6 months of planning, 6 months of rehearsal, 6 months of heartache, but no regrets. Everyone who knows me intimately thinks I have left the country. Everyone else assumes me dead. And maybe that's all that is left for us. The long walk and steps leading up to the gallows. A steep price to pay for ideals. I concede, but a price that somehow seems cheaper and less cruel than another 2 fortnights bunkered down here beneath the sand and soot. And yes, and yet, as I write this, I have never felt so close to the sky and my dreams. Tomorrow, we will reclaim our birthright. Tomorrow, the crown of Arinda will finally return to Oris. The first step taken is half the journey. May the black shores guide us. Mary. Knowing what we know now about the background of Arinda Ares being the black-oriented nation and Fen Ares being the red, you can see, and there's some history. This is maybe why we already ordered the drafting strategy book, but now the history of Arinda Ares, I might be in the market to check that one out next, because oh my God, this huge gun here and a bazooka. What the fuck? They were loaded for bear. Can I get some extra steps in the kitchen? Oh no, what is this? Delete it? And then the letter A. Are these screens or are these boxes? I don't know what to make of that. I'm just floored. I don't know what else to say. I'm floored. Photo. These are, I think, Manning and White and Marigold. Do I remember those names correctly? These were the 2 guys One of them's an author and one's a publisher, but I don't remember which. Is this them down here in the safe house? Another note over here. Oh shit, where is this? There's a cracked wall. Shit, where is that? That's not down the steps next to the boat, is it? Where is that supposed to be? Is that in this room? I don't see any pillars in this room that look like that. Oh man, I have the power hammer too. This feels like something we would want to use the power hammer on. Is it in the inner sanctum? I don't know where this is supposed to be, and I can't... I'm not sure I'm going to be able to figure it out at this point. It'll probably seem obvious to me in retrospect. Oh, I wish I knew what that was, because maybe I can break that wall right now. Maybe I don't know what that wall is, though. Maybe I haven't actually... Maybe it's around the corner here. Train station. I feel like I'm going to take another step here into a new... No, still the safe house. Train metro. Platform 8. Are we able to take a train ride at some point? Are we actually going to get to do this thing that was kind of, that's been hinted at by these books that say, oh, there's Trinsdale and there's Ruffington and there's, you know, the bazaar, that's all these different locations? We're not going to be able to visit these, are we? What the fuck? I'm just floored, man. I'm just so freaking... We can't jump down here, I would imagine. Okay. This is nuts. There doesn't seem to be any way to summon the train. I don't get the sense that... This game has surprised me before, though. I didn't think we were going to be riding a boat. So what the hell do I know? Maybe a train ride is right around the bend. Or it could just be that there's some information that's on this map that needs to be utilized in some way to solve a puzzle. Just wish I knew where this was, because that feels like that's a wall we might be able to break. I don't think there's anything else to do here, though. I think that is all. There's a lot of information, obviously, on this to be dissected, maybe. The safe house where the Blackwater insurgents were holed up for 6 months, and our mother among perhaps the ringleader. I don't know exactly how she was stationed in the Blackwater insurgent hierarchy, but I think there's only one place to go now, which is back out here, right? And I think we're just far enough away where we're not going to be able to make it to... We'll see how forgiving the game is. Nah, because we have to go... Oh, it skips the cutscene. Okay, that's kind of nice. It just goes through... So the safe house is down there. I don't know if there's going to be any reason to return to the safe house. This is definitely not the spot on that note. There's no pillars here. I don't know where that's supposed to be. Is it in the house somewhere? Is it in one of the rooms? Dude, we have a Sanctum key, though. Do we even bother trying to go back in the house? I don't think I'm going to make it. Because I'm going to go through the basement, and then I'm going to go through the tunnel, and I'm going to exhaust myself as soon as I get to the grounds. So we can't make it back to the planetarium. That's done. That ship has sailed. That boat has sailed. So do we just try to go and do the one more... I don't see how using the Sanctum... Well, it's a permanent unlock, though. That's the thing. I don't think I can solve whatever puzzle needs to be solved inside of there. I don't think I can actually get a third sigil. But we might as well use the Sanctum key. That's what we get from the safe house, so we might as well... The thing is, though, wouldn't we want to wait? Maybe I do want to wait, actually, because... I think we will actually wait. Because if we get to use... If we use this here, we don't know how to solve any of the others yet. I need to take the time to think about which one we would want to actually open. And so I think that is where we will wrap up this unfreaking believable installment of Blueprints. If you did manage to hang out all the way to the end, you had an amazingly fun time, but also thank you for doing that. And if you did enjoy the video, man alive, how could you not enjoy this? I definitely enjoyed it. Holy crap. As always, consider doing the YouTube thing and hitting those buttons down below. This is just, I've said it so many times now. I don't know what else to say, but this game is just freaking incredible. We're gonna turn the lever here just for the sake of it, because you know, that actually opens all 4 doors in the antechamber. There should be an achievement for that. All 4 doors are open, even though we're not making it back to actually get to room 46. I just have no idea. Like, we could do the orange wedge, but I don't know what any of the other sigils look like. And I think that's what we're gonna have to do. But we know that we can come back to the safe house. It's gonna cost us some steps, but good Lord, are we gonna be in business with steps now because we have an apple orchard. But we can go get that Sanctum key and come back here. We're just right nearby anytime. I don't think there's any more reason for me to move the water level in the reservoir. So that will be something to look forward to next time. There's nothing else to do, but call it a day. We didn't quite get to check, like the last thing we could have done would have been to check our successful triggers at one of the terminals to see if we could unlock the doors using the shelters offline. That's another thing. We can do offline terminals now with the grotto. This game is insane. I gotta call it a day. My brain's done. My brain's done. We got a lot of usage. We got to spend all our coins. We still had so many gems left over, but it's fine. Look at this garden shopping center of the dead. 42 rooms. I think we've had a little bit more than that previously. We're still working on getting to that 45 room mark eventually, but look at that. We drafted our tomb for the first time. Oh my God. And there was just an overflow of information. We're gonna have to wrap it up here so I can just get some sleep, for fuck's sake, and let all that information try to absorb in at some level. And maybe soon we'll have a dedicated episode to actually try to put together all of these puzzle pieces. 2 new rooms, we got our tomb, and we also, I guess, we had a new room in the main house for the first time, which was what? What did we try for the first time up here? The mechanarium. That's right. We've got to get all 8 doors in the mechanarium at some point. So we want to get all sorts of, we got close. We definitely got close. If we'd have gotten the pump room a little bit sooner. Still lots of things to do. And once again, we're starting out with keys and steps and other things from these tomorrow rooms. It's going to be a lot of fun when we do get around to day 21. If I'm recovered by that time, we'll find out. Thank you all very much for joining me, and I hope to see you in the next one.